gotta do that, do that, do that, do that, do that, do that.
Huh? What? What is happening today, man? What's going on? Why are you all here, huh? something something crazy happening today? Like a race? Possibly between two beginners that have never ran this game before this week? Hmm. Hmm. Perchance, perchance. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. I hope we are all doing well today. I am very excited to be doing this today. I've been looking forward to this race for a minute. I know Eratix has been he's thought up of this idea for a good bit now, and the fact that we've finally reached the point where it's actually happening is just insane to me. I'm really happy to finally be here at this point where I can say that we are gonna be doing the beginner race. It is gonna be between Yorubia. I think that's how. Yeah. I think that's how you say it. Um, uh, as far as I'm aware, mainly like a League of Legends player. Did a cosplay stream like the last stream that she did. However, she has been dedicating a good bit of time to getting good at this game, practicing. I've been coaching her myself, so we will see how she'll perform. I have not seen much gameplay beyond the coaching sessions that we had, so it's going to be interesting to see how she's able to perform, as she's kind of the wild card here. In the other corner, we have Hikawa Noel, Noel for short, and she has been doing a lot of yarding. She did a 6-hour golf stream where she just played the Front 9 golf course, which is insanity I wouldn't even put on myself. But it's very respectable. Clearly dedicated to the yard to a certain degree. Haven't seen much gameplay because our rule set as coaches is that we were not able to watch the other person's runner or watch the other person's coaching session. So I have almost no knowledge of what Noel's skill set looks like. So it's going to kind of be a surprise from both runners. From my perspective, I think from the viewer perspective, unless you are a viewer of these two people, you're probably not going to know what's happening. I will be joined in terms of co-commentary. Thank you, Root. I will be joined in co-commentary by Erratix as well, and we are going to be going over just like all of our coaching stuff and be talking about the process and all that. So I hope you guys are ready. I am going to be having Erratix join me in just a second here. Okay. One sec. All right. So let me quickly adjust some things. Okay. Okay. I am now joined by the handsome Heisenberg-esque Erratix here. How are you doing today, sir?
Hello, hello. I'm doing great. How about you?
Oh, I'm fantastic. I'm ready for this race. I can't imagine how excited you are as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I came up with this like about 2 months ago. I'm pretty happy to actually get to the point where we're doing the race.
Oh yeah. I don't know if there's really much else I can ask at this moment in time. I don't know if our other runners are ready at the moment, but I am a little curious, like, in terms of, like, the coaching, like, what was... Now, I won't go into the questions right now, but, like, what was the experience like? I just want to ask that, just, like, off the bat. Like, what was the experience of coaching someone, like, into this game? Like, how did it feel? Like, going...
It was surprisingly intense. So yeah, like I don't know how it was for you because I haven't watched your coaching sessions, but like after a couple of hours explaining Barnyard at a time, pretty mentally exhausting, even though it's fun the entire time.
Exactly. That's a very good way to put it. Yeah, I don't think there's much else to say about it. I kind of just fully agree with you. I think the hardest part especially was trying to just like simplify everything, but we'll see if our coaching actually paid off. We'll see how the runners do. Best of luck to you and Noel. Obviously, I'm going to be rooting for Yoru, but I'm still going to be wishing you guys the best of luck as well, because this is all just supposed to be a fun thing at the end of the day. I think at this point... Here, let me go back to my cam real quick. I gotta adjust some things, and then we will be all ready and set to go, I think. Alrighty. Boom. I think we're just waiting for Yoru's stream to start at this point. Aside from that, I think we are all good, though. Let me make sure we are all set. Okay. I know Noel is also here. How are you doing?
I'm very nervous.
I think we all are to a certain extent. Oh wait, I realized that I put a message in the wrong channel. Anyways, yeah, I think we all have a certain level of nerves going into today, but I'm sure we're all excited and ready. Refresh. Oh, that would kind of help. There we go. Yeah, we're in it. Okay, we're chilling now. Okay. Yoru's currently starting her stream. So we are gonna...
Hello.
Oh, and she's back. Perfect.
I wanted to say, did you try refreshing the page?
I just did, so we're good now.
Okay, we're good now. Okay, awesome, awesome.
Yep.
Okay. 1 second, because I want to check if Discord audio works. Can you guys say something?
Blah, la, la, la.
Well,
Okay, that works, that works. Okay. Awesome. Let me also get the game on.
Oh, and let me not forget. We do have some ground rules. So the only ground rule, I mean, I think there's only really one, but the main ground rule is that if neither of you get a flower sack from the first 4, then we're gonna reset.
Oh, yeah.
Just as like that way, it's like a nice even playing ground from the start. But aside from that, anything goes. So hopefully, I hope your games are stable and good to go. Most importantly, because we've definitely had a good bit of crashes in the past from Glow and people like that. So aside from that, I wish you both luck, and we're gonna get
Thank
started
you.
here in just a second. So let me make sure life split's ready. Okay. And I will count down from 3, and then I'll say go, and then we'll be ready to go.
Okay, and then
Okay.
you mute us, right?
Yeah, then I'll do that after, yeah.
Okay.
Alrighty. And then before I do that, I'm also gonna just mention, I will like just quickly undeafen you both if we need to reset. So
Okay.
that's all. Okay. Alrighty. I'm gonna do it now. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck. And I forgot to start my timer. Perfect. We're off to a blazing start. Okay. Let me deafen and mute both of you. There we go. Cool. Okay, here we are, Radix. We have finally reached the point where we can do this.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So I guess first things first, I'll go down the list of questions. We have the first one being, how often did you guys meet up to teach? Like, how often did you coach her?
Yeah, so I didn't really keep count, but I think it's about 4 or 5.
Mm-hmm.
We had one session at the start where we actually streamed it, and everything else was offline.
Right.
Um,
Cool. Yeah,
and
I think we had a total of 3. Oh, looks like Yoru already forgot to grab the first butter, so that's gonna be. Oh, she just remembered. Okay, we're good. That could have been bad. Anyways, what was I gonna say? Yeah, we met a total of 3 times. All we did was play through the game. That's pretty much like all we did is for each of our coaching sessions. But oh, great, and the ad blocker is acting up. That's fantastic. Yeah, we weren't able to find like too many times that would work for both of us, unfortunately. I'm obviously you and Noel kind of work. Oh, all right, and that's already a reset. Reset,
nice.
reset. Yep, we're already resetting. It's okay because you made that mistake, Yoru, so it's perfect. It works out
Oh,
perfectly.
part of it. It was all. Okay.
Oh, and also Yoru, you can't have reduced time on. Totally forgot to mention that beforehand.
Oh wait, the time thingy.
Yeah. So the way that we
Oh.
technically do it is that we don't allow it for runs currently. So thank you, 67. Should be the middle setting. No, the speedometer is okay.
Oh.
The reduced
which
load
one?
times.
Do I need to change something?
Game settings, and then it's gonna be
Okay.
the reduced load times. It should be unchecked.
Okay. What
Yeah,
does that
sorry.
do?
It's just it makes it like an even playing field, just in case like people have different like load times for their computer and stuff.
Oh, okay. Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Anyways, we're gonna get started again. Hopefully, you're both able to get a flower sack this time. All right.
Hopefully.
All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Good luck again.
Yeah,
Thank
good
you.
luck.
Okay.
Thank you, 67, for pointing that out.
Yeah, good catch. I completely forgot that she had that on, and that's on me, but that's fine. Yeah. So I don't know what surprised you most about like Noel's gameplay, if anything at all.
So, what I'm surprised with so far, I can just tell you now, she has done multiple runs at this point.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm surprised with is honestly that not a single time did she seem to forget major points of the route.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff like buying the honey, butter, and milk, or getting the fruits, get the correct time each time. That's I would have expected to make her to make a mistake at least once.
Mm-hmm.
Also, the sharp squirters, we went over that quite a lot, and she caught on to it way quicker than I would have expected.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, in terms of Yoru, because she's so brand new, I think the fact that I mean, what stunned me right away with when she was first on the bike was the fact that she did a super jump without me having to even and we have to reset again. That is unfortunate. And we're resetting again.
Oh, we are? Okay.
All right.
I can't
Yep,
get out of here. 1 second.
Yep.
That's
What the
crazy.
fuck,
I was
man?
just saying like what if we keep getting unlucky forever, like one by one?
That's how it goes
No,
sometimes.
it has to happen eventually.
I have faith.
Okay.
It'll happen. It'll happen. Okay. 3, 2.
Wait, before we
Yes.
I'm sorry, before we do this, can I restart the game?
Yeah, feel free to.
Okay, because after I changed the setting, it's kind of weirdly laggy. I don't know, maybe that's just how that is with the setting, but I
Interesting.
want to try restarting it.
The loading screens might seem laggy. That's just kind of how
No, it's
the
like when
game...
I'm running around, it was just a bit like duk 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 duk.
Oh, I see.
And usually it
yeah,
would just
that-
kind of be smooth.
Do you,
That shouldn't
quick
happen.
question, do you have game capture instead of display capture on OBS?
Oh yeah, should I have display capture?
You should have display capture or else you're gonna crash at some point probably.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay, lovely. No, it's just great. Wait, let me completely get rid of it because now it scares me.
Yeah, no, yeah.
We should
do
start
that
making
for
like a standard checklist for new runners, because
Yeah.
I totally forgot that was even a thing.
No worries.
Okay, I think now should be fine.
Okay. Let's try this one more time. Surely this is the time. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Good luck again. Okay.
One more time.
All right. So yeah, what was I gonna say? So she did a super jump almost like immediately while on the bike, which is just like I mean, we all know how difficult pulling off a super jump is just normally,
Yeah.
and the fact that you do that without having to be like taught how to do it is just absolutely insane. Aside from that, she was able to kind of just take in all the info that I gave her, without like me needing to explain it too much, which I feel like she got the flour sack again. Oh my god, that's another great start for her. Let's see, and she gets the butter. Okay. Yep. Okay. It's funny. This is the third time that she's done this, so she's had to run back. That's Yoru is just having a hard time remembering, and that's kind of where the difference between Yoru and Noelle is gonna shine. I think, is the fact that Noelle has done so many runs already compared to Yoru, where I think the only time she was able to like truly go back and like watch the game or like play the game was like basically today. Like, that was the only time that she really had available to actually play.
I think Noelle also has a very minor advantage that will show up in the early game, in that she has just watched you a lot.
There is that too.
That doesn't necessarily mean you remember that much about the route. I mean, we've seen my first run after watching you for like a year, and it was still 5 hours long.
Right.
But the first couple missions, picking up the recipe and the flour and the butter, that's probably pretty ingrained at this point.
No, definitely. And one small thing, the fact that Yoru got the first flour sack, she was able to talk to Ben first here as well. So that will be a slight route difference between the two, which is a little interesting. I doubt it's going to be much of a time difference, considering the fact that, like we mentioned, Noelle does have a lot of experience with at least early game at this point, whether it be playing it or watching me play it. It's it's definitely gonna help Noelle in the long run, but at the same time, there's a lot of RNG within this game, so anything is possible. In terms of tricks that I've taught Yoru, I'm curious, like what have you taught Noelle that like you emphasized most importantly?
So as far as actually big tricks,
Hmm.
I feel like I've kept it to a minimum. Um, we did at some point try to go over JCSS only
Hmm.
because she really wanted to. Um, I am kind of hoping that she doesn't do it. I recommended against it at some point because she couldn't do it consistently,
Right.
but we have gone over it.
Interesting. Yeah. I don't think I even mentioned a single like. I did mention one BTB, and that will come up during Bike Race 2, simply because that one is very like you can almost get away with that one like with little risk. And the only thing that I mentioned in terms of that trick is that don't press what's it called? Like don't hold down like the page down too far or else you're gonna fall off your bike. And that's like the main thing that I had mentioned to Yoru. But in terms of risky strats like JCSS, she wasn't really pushing me to like teach her anything, and that's simply because she didn't really know anything about the run at the time of coaching. So not too many risky strats for Yoru. But we'll see if she is able to pull off that BTB, most importantly, because that's like the only real trick that like beginners shouldn't go for. But I did tell her to kind of like, if you do remember to go for it, do it, because it could end up saving you some time.
Yeah. There was one thing in Bike Race 3.
Hmm.
Um, so normally for us, we try to go for the big skip. That is obviously way too hard to teach in a beginner race.
Right.
The alternative is to jump on the platform on the left, but that is also fairly hard to get consistently, especially as
Hmm.
you're just starting. Um, I recommended that she just jump over the mud and then immediately crash, which still spawns you immediately on the platform on the left.
Yep, I did the same thing.
Uh, that was not even a trick that I had previously ever thought about, and that sort of thing that did happen a couple of times
Hmm.
during coaching, where I had to figure out easier way to do things than I would have ever tried to do myself.
Exactly. Yeah, like when it comes to Bike Race 3 skip, or not skip, but like that jump, the main thing I was telling Yoru is just like try to keep left as much as you possibly can, as that's going to be important to just hitting the checkpoint more than anything else. Oh, and before I continue about that, did you teach Noelle anything about alt tabbing, or did you kind of just tell her to
No.
play it? Yeah, okay, good. I showed Yoru like how it's done, and then I'm like, you're not gonna do it like this because it's simply like too risky. And like I think I brought up the mention of like alt tabbing like as an idea, and then she was like, I don't think I could do that. So I was instantly just like, oh, she's forgetting a can. Uh, there we go. Okay. But yeah, I had
No,
mentioned it, but I did not want to like emphasize it at all. I'm just like, I don't think you should go for it. So just play this game normally and hope that you just get like really good RNG.
Yeah, no, in Noelle's case, like obviously she's watched you before, and alt tabbing is a very notably weird part of the run, so she knew that that existed.
Right.
When I had told her not to go for it, she was like, "Thank God, it looks hard. I don't want to do it."
Yeah, that alt tabbing, as we know, and especially 67 knows, it is a very difficult trick to get good at. It took me about an hour to like fully understand how it operates, and even then, I still can't get it down like super consistently every time. So
Yeah,
God
and it's
forbid a
it's not
beginner goes for it.
it's not only the fact that it's hard to go for or hard to learn to get
Hmm.
consistent at, but it's also one of the most frustrating things to practice in the entire game because you never get the RNG you want, and getting the bad RNG, like
Hmm.
there's no mission as frustrating as my jumpers as far as I'm concerned.
Exactly. And one little difference that I'm noticing as well is that you did have Noelle pick up the flower during the egg collecting mission as well, which I told Yoru to oh, and looks like Yoru has finally been able to, or finally got out of my jump. Oh, don't leave early. Okay, thank God. um but she did finally get out of mud jump. And I told her to pick up the flower during the squirting mission with Otis, which I guess in terms of making it simpler for a beginner, I guess grabbing all the flowers in one go is kind of just the way to go about it. Which obviously worked out for Noelle pretty well there. She has pretty much like a full minute lead at the moment, which is quite a huge lead for the first 8 minutes. Obviously,
Yeah.
Pool will really give us an idea of just how big of a lead each runner is gonna get depending on who takes the lead out of Pool. But
Yeah, no lead is so big that Pool cannot reverse it.
exactly, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Pool is gonna be the huge factor here, which is why we're not really paying attention to their gameplay too much at this moment. Obviously, every second does matter, but in the grand scheme of things, when it comes to the intro, it doesn't really matter up until Pool. So yeah, it's interesting to see just how different they're playing so far. Obviously, the lack of runs on her belt for Yoru is gonna definitely come into play, and will probably be her Achilles heel towards the back half of the run, if I were to guess. Noelle at this point has a lot of understanding of like the flow of missions and where to go after a certain point, so I'm really curious to see how this race is going to turn out.
Yeah. I mean, of course, she hasn't done dozens and dozens of runs or anything.
Right.
I think the big things is that the biggest thing is that we can be pretty sure at this point she's not going to forget big things like getting the veggies from the veggie patch,
Mm-hmm.
or buying items, or getting flowers when she needs to.
Right.
And with Yoru, I'm assuming that she'll do fine on those, but if she's ever done a run, you kind of never know for sure what she is and isn't going to forget.
Right. The one thing that I told her to do is to have the document open as she's doing this run as well. Do you have Noelle doing the same thing, or do you think at this point she kind of has it down?
I don't think I ever specifically mentioned this to her. I never told her to get a document, but I kind of had in my notes that I specifically did not want her to have a document.
Ah, I see.
For one, I knew ahead of time that she was probably going to do enough runs that those kind of big things she's probably not going to forget. For two, I think having a document open can often cost a lot of time because people spend a lot of time looking at it, looking
Right.
at the document rather than playing the game, even when they probably have the right idea of where to go. If there's even a slightest bit of hesitation, they end up looking at the document. I think that tends to slow people down.
Interesting, yeah.
And thirdly, I told her that if there was ever a point where she got confused about the route while doing an attempt, she should make note of it and change the names of splits to reflect it on live split.
Right. And I guess that kind of shows the difference. And before I go on to what I'm going to say, Noelle is already talking to Root as Yoru is trying to squirt the Jersey cows at this moment, which shows just how big of a lead Noelle's been able to create, which I think comes down to what you just said in the turn, or not what you just said, but I was about to go into the fact that I think Noelle had a lot more time to actually pull off runs, and complete runs, whereas Yoru has a much tighter of a schedule, which is, that's gonna come back to haunt you for the sake of the fact that she's just not gonna be able to learn as much from the game because she's not been able to play through the entirety of it as much as Noelle has, which is why in my case I did tell her to pull up the document because I figured she was gonna need it at some point. Simply
Yeah.
because she just only has the one run that we did for our coaching session, and that was split up between 3 days. So I imagine not all the info is going to stick right away. Oh, and let's see if Noah's able to pull off salmon skip, most importantly.
Yes.
I think
Salmon skip was actually something I completely forgot to mention in my first coaching session.
That's funny. How dare you forget the most important trick? And she does pull it off with the old setup because of the shorter resolution that she's playing at. That is also another difference between these two runners at the moment, is that Yoru is playing on a higher aspect ratio than Noelle, which I'm sure, I think that if I were to guess, that was something that you told her to do.
I did not.
Oh, you did not? Okay, so
I,
it just happened to be that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it worked out anyways, because let's say she does want to do more runs after today, she can easily learn 67's lineup for JCSS. So there's at least that.
Yep.
Okay, let me go on to another question here. What do you think you could have improved from your coaching? I mean,
yeah,
obviously you're a perfect coach, but like, what could you improve, if anything at all?
So I think my approach for the first coaching session was probably not the best strategy.
Mhm.
So just to clarify how we went about this during the
Duke hits in the black ball for Noelle right away.
holy shit. This is the second time that has happened to her during a run. Her luck is incredible. Oh my god.
A sub 14 pool to start off in the freaking beginner race. That is just like,
I'm pretty sure this is a significantly better pace than me during my PB.
it probably is. Oh my goodness. That is insane. Yeah, so that kind of decides the race a tiny bit for the time being, unless Noelle happens to make some insane mistake down the line, because I simply think that Yoru is not going to be able to catch up to such a huge lead at this rate. Not that
We
she's
are
completely out of
obviously
it.
still very early into the run. You know, never say never,
Of
but
course,
that's
but
a huge
Pool
lead to start.
Pool does really set the tone for the rest of the run. So I'm sure Noelle is, with the nerves that was already like, with her nerves already before starting like the run itself, I can't imagine what it feels like now to be on this good of a pace starting out right away. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
absolutely.
see if she's able to pull off this run as well as she possibly can. Because obviously, from what we learned from my run yesterday, no lead is too safe. Even if you are a
Noah
minute
gets the one
ahead.
cycle.
And I did get an ad, so we are gonna be watching an ad for Yoru's run, uh, for the time being. Oh well, I guess I gotta sub to her channel. Anyways, yeah, I'll let you guys know if she does happen to get out of this this pool during this ad. But yeah, as I know from my experiences with getting the very fast pool, it's gonna be interesting to see just like how she's able to manage her nerves more than anything. And you mentioned that she got the one cycle for Tease the Mailman.
Yep.
Another huge time save if you're able to get it, unless of course you're running against a PB where you did happen to get that one cycle. Shout out to Nissan, not sponsored at all. That's just what the ad is right now. Oh, and the ad is frozen. That's awesome. Can someone
Yay.
give me a sub? Yeah, wow. This does make things really interesting for really just Noelle's sake. I think at this point it's just going to be a matter of can she PB by a lot, most importantly. And thank you for the sub. So now we won't have these issues anymore. That's funny. Okay. Let me just quickly refresh Yoru's page. That way it like updates the fact that I'm subbed now. Okay, we shouldn't have any more ad problems from here on out. But yeah, in terms of the bike races, did you happen to like go over the fact that Noelle should be like practicing? Oh, and she does happen to fall into lake there, trying to go for the log jump. Did you mention that there's like any what's it called? Like in terms of stamina management, like how did you go about teaching her that?
Yeah, I feel like I don't have a lot of very specific tips to give about stamina management. Like,
Mhm.
obviously, we know you need to spam the shift button and spam it more intensely when you are cycling uphill. What I did end up doing is going over all of the bike races with her, um, except the first one, actually. It's the only one that I don't think we spent a lot of time on.
Mhm.
Um, just to make sure that I could see her improving at the stamina management. And the moment I saw her at some point doing bike race 2 without running out of stamina, I figured she was ready.
Yeah, that's a great standard right there, because obviously one of the things I mentioned to Yoru when it came to Bike Race 2 is the fact that it is like the most technically demanding bike race in my opinion. I think Bike Race 5 is kind of that, but at that point in the run, you either have the pink bike or what's it called? You either have the pink bike or you're pretty like there's a lot of tricks that you can do throughout Bike Race 5 that kind of allow you to keep your stamina for the most part. I feel like it's kind of easier to manage your stamina on Bike Race 5, is especially I'm sure you not taught her, but told her to get the bike at a certain point. I don't know if you told her to get that for
Yeah,
cow tipping 1 or
I went for cow tipping 1. Yeah,
yeah.
I figured that
Yeah.
was the safest for a beginner.
That Yoru's having a hard time right now. But she is seemingly about to leave pool, hopefully, if she can make the shot. Hold on. Okay, we are officially out of pool for Yoru. Anyways, uh yeah, I did the same thing simply because obviously for a beginner, the best I think learning stamina management is obviously really important for the first bike. But in terms of improving your time consistently in actual runs, obviously buying the bike as soon as you possibly can is going to be a time save over just not getting it at all, or getting it at a later point, because I simply think the amount of stamina given for the first bike is just going to be a little too small. Like the amount is a little too small for a beginner to like really be able to manage efficiently. So
Yeah,
I think it's really important that we mention to both runners that they get the bike as soon as they possibly can, for sure.
yeah, absolutely. I did try to emphasize as much as possible that practicing the bike races, especially bike race 2, is just important because the stamina. It's important throughout the entire run. Of course, a little bit less so after you get the pink bike,
Hmm.
but being good at the stamina management is going to save a lot of time.
Absolutely. I think that's really the difference maker for a lot of runners within the leaderboard, even right now, is just where you happen to place your bike, when you happen to use your stamina, and like if you're able to keep it up until like a certain point. Let's see. She will be getting the 1 cycle at least. Yoru is at least going to be saving some time there. Both runners getting the
Fantastic.
1 cycle, which is insane because we reset 2 times just to get flour sack. A flour sack, but we happen to get the 1 cycle on the one run that we do get. So that's a nice little interesting thing that happened this race. Um, yeah, it's really cool to just like see the difference between a good pool and a bad pool, though. It really emphasizes just how big of a reset point pool can really be for not even just low level runners like these two, not beginners, I should say, and someone like myself who, like I said earlier, I did have a run last night that ended up dying, even though I was a minute ahead out of pool with the best pace ever. Which really just goes to show that no lead is too safe in this game. So even though Noelle is probably feeling very confident at this moment, she does have to be able to perform later down the line to keep this lead as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't emphasize her feeling too confident. I mean, I have this experience with the race with 67,
Hmm.
where after pool, I was pretty decently ahead, but that actually strengthens the nerves even more so.
Exactly.
Every mistake is gonna feel like an even bigger opportunity for the opponent to catch up.
And I'd guess that Noelle also has her like splits up alongside this run as well, which when you're looking at the splits, it's a little hard to not be intimidated by the big green number that says -1 to like 3 minutes, depending on what kind of pace she's been out of pool with. And obviously, you being her coach, you've been able to see her runs. So like, what if you do remember what was her like pool split initially?
Um, her pool split initially, I wouldn't know for sure. I could try to look it up real quick.
Okay, no worries.
Um,
Yeah, because again, pool's not everything, but it is a huge factor in the run, as we know. So it is pretty important what kind of split you get out of that. Because just like with any game, and even a game as long as Barnyard, it is important. Every second is important. So you do really want to try to save as many seconds as you possibly can uh, within this run.
yeah. So the run that she streamed, that was not that was already her second run. I don't take a look. The time that she had for Duke at that point in her first run was a 16:25. I think
Wow.
that's gone down every time since.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, I think the pace that she's on right now is already beating pretty much every runner on the board at this moment, aside from me. I think, and she pulls off the Owasi spin as well.
I just want to point out, I expressly did not teach her the Owazi spin because I thought it was
Oh,
a waste of time.
does he do the OG? Okay, so she did not pull it off correctly.
Ooh.
Which just at least she went for it. I think that was a really good attempt. She just doesn't understand how Otis like works. But that was really interesting. I saw your face and I'm like, uh-oh, something's happening. And
Yeah,
I'm
I did
sure,
not expect that.
yeah, and I'm sure you also mentioned Noel that you do want to make sure that he's doing the dancing animation before leaving as well,
Yeah,
which
in
was
fact, that's something that I've been really impressed with watching at least one of her runs back. There
mhm.
was one where she almost tried to exit too quickly while Otis was still throwing, and she caught herself and just quit the escape menu, waiting, um, then
Wow.
waited for the dance to show up, and then went for it again.
Yeah,
Was really
that's
impressed with her ability to catch her own mistakes like that.
yeah, that is another thing. Yeah, I was impressed with Yoru as well because I did explain, like, for example, I forget what it was exactly. I think when we were going over the bike races, more specifically, she was able to understand what she was doing wrong, like almost immediately, which I feel like most runners, obviously without a coach, would not be able to understand like what they can do better. So I think not only just having like a coach, but like being able to understand right away what you're doing wrong is really going to be a huge help to becoming like a good high level runner in this game. And I think in the case of a beginner, knowing what you're doing wrong right away is really what's going to help you improve overall. And I'm sure, and obviously with what you just said about Noelle leaving too early, like it seems as though she has a good understanding of how this game goes already. Um,
Absolutely.
and she's only on her first week of doing runs. So we will
Yeah.
see.
In
I
the
I think that this run has a chance to be a sub 330, honestly. I think she has a good shot at that.
Do you want me to tell you what her PB is so
Oh
far?
man, I can only imagine. Go ahead.
It's 336.
Wow. Yeah, so this is why at the beginning I said that Yoru's kind of a wild card because I don't know how much practice she's put into this game. Um, and the amount of times not the amount of times, but the amount I've heard that Noelle has been doing runs offline and like just completing runs most importantly. And she does go for the reverse log jump Yoru and does end up messing it up, unfortunately. That would have been a nice little time save because I think Noelle did end up falling in the water, but
Yeah,
um,
she fell. Noelle fell in the water both for the regular log jump and the reverse log jump.
oh right, yeah, good point. Um, but yeah, what was I talking about? Oh God. Oh yeah. In terms of like Yoru, it was just like I simply think she just did not have enough time to pull off a single run at all, which is definitely gonna like show, and it's already showing right now, considering there's about a 5-minute, 4-minute gap between the two runners. So that is kind of important, is actually having the experience of finishing runs. And that really goes for any speed game at all. I think forming some kind of consistency of completing runs is more important than like resetting for the best run. And I'm sure Noelle kind of understands that at this point, and I think the fact that she's been doing runs, even if she has been resetting at times, I think the fact that she's been completing them will absolutely just give her the biggest advantage that she can possibly get. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's really interesting.
The fact that she had the time to actually complete those runs, that really influenced the way I went about the coaching as well.
Hmm.
Because I got cut off earlier because she got the Duke God luck. But
Oh right, sorry.
as I was trying to say then, the first coaching session we did that we streamed, I basically went over the entire route in one go, without actually like really getting into her gameplay. In fact, I did not see her actually play the game for the run until she did her second run.
I see.
Um,
Wow.
But what I emphasize in that is that one, she just has to complete runs. That will get the most improvement, and then going into specific mini games or strategies we can get into later. And two, I really wanted to make sure that she was good at minimizing failures, knowing when she makes a mistake and how to deal with those mistakes.
Hmm.
That's something that I emphasized a lot during that first stream, and that I think will not only help during the actual run, but will make practicing the full route better.
Right.
Because you spend more time paying attention to what you could be doing better.
Interesting. Yeah, I think that kind of gives me some insight into how I coached, because my line of thinking was show how the game is done like very simply, and then like if Yoru had more time, I think we simply would have been able to like really buckle down on what she could improve overall. Noelle now exiting Ben's Hill as Ben's Hill Sharps Quarter as Yoru is about to leave chasing chicks, so long as she doesn't leave too early. Okay, and she's forgetting to leave early, which will cost her about 5 seconds, but that's fine.
Yeah, I can tell you it took Noelle until her third run before she
And it
started
looks like
actually
she.
quitting early.
Oh, sorry, just not trying to cut you off. She is actually like not slapping, but like hitting her head because of the fact that I think she forgot to do that. But as you just said, Noelle, it took like until her third run to like fully remember that. So that really shows like the difference between a like seasoned runner and someone that is starting out brand new, is all these minute tiny details, which given the time frame we had to like coach both of these runners, it's kind of interesting to like consider that they simply won't understand these like small details until like they fully improve like at the game by playing it more and more and more, and then hopefully watching other runners, seeing what they do and like applying it to their own gameplay as well.
Yeah.
But we are about to be overlapping 2 different time admissions. Oh wait, no, I forget. It's only the second night. My timing is off. I think I'm used to. Oh wait, no, I'm not. I'm not used to it. I'm just completely off. I'm misremembering. For some reason, I was thinking that like Noelle was about to enter the chicken defense mission, but it seems as though she's about to buy the second night items, which, as you mentioned, she got down pretty easily. So we'll
Yeah. Well,
see
we hope
how.
we don't.
Yeah.
We hope she doesn't forget here.
Yeah. This is where
You
we
don't know what
see.
the
Mhm.
impact of doing a race might be.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say the compound of nerves on top of the race setting definitely is gonna be a factor here, but it seems as though she's taking her time and making sure she's collecting all the right items, and she's good to go.
Perfect.
I will go back to the set of questions I had before. Oops, I opened the wrong thing. What was your favorite strat, trick, or like thing to teach?
Um, yeah, that's a kind of a hard question.
Hmm.
I did have more fun going into individual missions than I did going over the route as a whole.
Right.
Um, but I think the some of the sharp squirters and bike race 3 were especially interesting to me because they all required me to kind of rethink how you would do this because we needed it to be consistent for a beginner.
Hmm.
Mentioned earlier the bike race 3, you can just crash the bike to immediately get on the platform on the left. And the sharp squirters were just like rethinking some specific parts of the route that are harder to perform.
Right. Yeah, I think in my case, I think explaining the golf skips was kind of the most fun part because I think for a lot of people, understanding how the trick works is like really easy in concept, but pulling it off within a run itself is like not the hard part, but it's not going to be as easy as people like make it seem. And the reason I think part of the reason why it was my favorite is because yesterday in my chat, Noel had asked me how to like improve at hole 17, and I'm like, I straight up told her I'm like, I'm not your coach. I'm not telling you until after the race, because hole 17 is one of those like tricks that like you have to understand when you can like pick up the ball. And I didn't spend too much time on it when like explaining it to Yoru, but I was able to simplify it in a way that made me understand the trick a little better, where you just had to have like the pole in front of the ball. Like you'll see when it's in the you'll have like a visual like idea of when you're going to be able to pick it up on the other side rather than um like just hoping that it's going to work right away. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think
I think
that's yeah. I think also
the
because
whole
whole set.
17
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'll let you go ahead.
whole 17 I probably did a fairly poor job getting into because that one,
Mm.
well, she asked during your stream, so you can already tell she was struggling with it. Um, there are a couple of the other back nine holes she really struggled with, so I'm very curious to see if she's been able to clean those up. I did talk to her a little bit today, try to guide her once more through back nine, but see how it goes.
Yeah.
The one that was really rewarding to me was hole 11 because she was struggling with that at the start too. Once I went over it once more, it clicked. That was pretty rewarding to see.
Yeah, that trick, I think, because like I remember when it first came onto the scene, that trick was kind of just like in my head, I'm like, how the hell are we gonna like how the hell am I gonna pull this off consistently? And then eventually it was kind of just like, oh, this is actually like kind of a free trick. Like there's like even a beginner can pull this off kind of thinking. And then here we are years later and beginners are most likely going to be able to pull it off almost like pretty much first try almost every time, if I were to guess. Um, and in terms of hole 18, I did want to mention one other thing. I did end up using the lineup that 67 uses after the first ramp. I try to teach her like the loop throw, basically, because I think one of
Ooh.
the harder things. I don't know if she's gonna actually like try to pull it off, simply because of the fact that the loop is, in my opinion, like kind of hard for people to understand how it works when they're first starting out because there's a specific like angle that you want to throw through the loop normally, and like not in terms of like the trick throw, but in terms of like a normal just like throwing it through the loop. I feel like you for most people it's a little hard to understand like where like what power you need to throw with and like the angle you need to throw it at. So I figured if I like really simplified hole 18's like loop throw, it might actually end up helping her in the long run. And the setup that I used was just 67s, where you basically just hold like A and W. That way, just you're instantly able to just like not full power, but like half power throw it. So it'll be interesting to see if Yoru is able to pull it off. Noel not able to get the reverse log jump, unfortunately.
Yeah. Just wanna check in chat. Gris is asking some questions. So who's winning? Never know with Barnyard, but right now Noel is ahead quite
Uh,
comfortably.
Yeah, about like a 4-minute lead, and then I'll let you answer the other question that he asked as well.
Yeah, how we found those runners. Basically, like both of them I came across at some point. Yoru I've known for quite a number of years at this point, like because the reason I know her is because Party Turtle rated her at some point when he had just started streaming, and I stuck around in her chat. So I've been familiar with her for quite a while, and I just asked her if she wanted to do the Barnyard race. That seemed especially convenient because she has a channel point reward for suggesting a game, and I suggested Barnyard 2 years ago, and I finally got to force her to play. And Noelle just did a casual Barnyard stream a couple of months ago. As always, I show up in Twitch chat for those. I mentioned at some point apparently that I'm a speedrunner for the game, and she seemed immediately interested in the community. Once I brought up at some point on my own stream that I wanted to do a beginner race, she was immediately interested.
It's crazy because I feel like when I bring up Barnyard speedrunning to other speedrunners, they're interested, but they're not like immediately wanting to like be a part of the community. So it's interesting to see because obviously neither of these runners have a speedrunning background at all. They both, I think, basically got into speedrunning because of this community, which is a crazy thought to even think about in the first place. I just it's hard to wrap my head around as someone that's been playing this game for a while. Yeah, it's wild to me that both of these runners got introduced to speedrunning as a concept simply through me, essentially, since I'm the only person that was running the game back in the day.
Yeah.
And I'll keep a note of those 5 push-ups, Grizz, but I am commentating, so I'll save them for later. Yeah, it's right now the lead is still just building on Noel's end. I think at this rate, let's see. Yeah, still about like a 4 to 5 minute lead, which is pretty massive. I mean, that is just that's going to be a huge deficit to chip away at. And depending how you explained the cow tipping missions, those might play a role in how Noel's able to hold the lead, maybe, as well as just the pressure of performing in golf. I think those are going to be the main ones.
Yeah, the cow tipping ones, and especially Coyote Showdown, I know for a fact you have a better understanding of those missions than I do.
Mhm.
So I do kind of figure if you spent a decent amount of time explaining those, Yoru might have an advantage on those over Noel. Just because there is less that I really know about the missions to be able to tell.
In terms of the like where they spawn, that's basically all that I explained. And then we did and she does pull off the reverse log jump. Oh, don't fall in. Okay, the bike fell in. It respawns right there, so it's fine. Oh my
Wow,
gosh.
that's incredible.
That is time save over Noelle. The fact that she's pulling these reverse log jumps off is insane. Like I'm baffled by like how well Yoru's able to control the bike. Because I feel like one of the main things she complained about was the bike controls, which ironically is one of the things that like you do have to be really good at in this game. And honestly, I think a lot of people, when it comes to like starting out in this game, they say that the bike controls are like one of their favorite aspects. So it's interesting that she claims that it's like her least favorite part.
Yeah, she did complain about it to me as well. I told her I can't really give her any tips, but it seems just by understanding that it's difficult, she managed to complain about it more while also internalizing it better.
Exactly. Yeah. I think as she's practiced more and more, it seems as though she understands how the bike works a little bit better, especially when it comes to the reverse log jump, which That is just that's not even that's a strat you didn't even do until I don't even know until our like coaching session, I think. And that was at that point you had
Yeah.
I think what like a 320 something.
Yep.
So
We're
yeah.
probably gonna get into an interesting bit here with Noelle because she does not have a mouse where you can adjust the sensitivity, and she has failed
Oh,
a chicken launcher many times.
interesting. Okay. Yeah, chicken launch being one of the harder missions to really get a feel for when you're first starting out. Yeah, you can already tell by just the movement alone. It is a little bit on the shakier side. Luckily, the first chicken launch is really simple and straightforward. The other ones will be a bit more difficult given that you do have to go through the tunnel and bob and weave certain like objects. So Noel got through it unscathed, luckily. We'll see how the
Yeah.
other chicken launch missions go though. That will definitely play a role later down the line.
Yeah. In the run she streamed, which by the way ended up being a 346,
Mm.
she failed chicken launcher no fewer than 3 times.
Wow. And she
Um,
and Yoru gets the reverse jump once again. Wow, that is
wow.
a lot to finish or a lot to fail chicken launch with, but it just goes to show that like you either got to get used to it with the mouse, and if you don't have the correct mouse, it can end up losing you some time, or you just have to get used to using the keys. So that is pretty insane.
Yeah, I did mention that doing using the keys is also an option, but that might be just as difficult.
Hmm.
Um, she ended up saying that she had already tried it and refuses to try it again.
Fair enough.
So I think that gives an idea of how hard using the keys is.
Right. Yeah, that's how we used to actually perform that chicken launch. At least on my end, I used to actually I used to use the keys because I didn't know that you could actually use the mouse until Randy came onto the scene. So I think the fact that you're given an option between the two based off of how your like how your mouse and keyboard are set up, I think is at least like a good way to like make it easier for people to get better at chicken launch in terms of like what they prefer. Obviously, the keys are pretty finicky, um, but the mouse does give you a lot more control with the chance of it like maybe shooting you in the random direction. But that was with the FPS problems that we had before. So nowadays, it's just a matter of getting comfortable with the mouse more than anything. And then as Noelle is in golf, I'm curious as to what you told her about like obviously the first hole isn't going to define the rest of the golf as you've mentioned before, but in terms of like the micro details, is there anything in particular you mentioned about the golf mini games?
The back nine we went over extensively, but for
Mm,
the front nine, I basically didn't tell her anything because that's the one part of the game that she had already practiced.
right.
Um, So, and in each run of hers that I watched, she played the front nine pretty well. Probably not quite at the level that you and I play at, but
Mm.
decently enough.
Yeah, it seems as though
There's no major
she's
mistake.
she's getting through it like pretty well at this moment in time. So that's being shown pretty evidently at the moment. Um,
Yeah, I was a little bit worried about hole two. That seems to be going a little bit poorly, but she
yeah.
playing the rest pretty well right now.
Yeah, that 6 hour session she did definitely did help her in terms of just understanding the golf mechanics just at a better under what am I trying to say? She just understands it better.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting to see just like it'll be interesting once Yoru gets to golf herself because I do think Yoru does have a good understanding and a good baseline set of skills when it comes to golf, but she was struggling a good bit when we were first starting out, which just comes with Barnyard speedrunning in general.
Yeah, I can tell you Noel does struggle with the back nine quite a bit. There's a couple of holes where the setups are just, especially when they're not entirely consistent, she finds them very hard. And then we spend a decent amount of time also going over recovering when you're not getting the setup quite right. It was also quite a challenge to get into.
That is an important thing is as you mentioned, what you emphasized before, like just cutting down on your failures. And I think when it comes to golf, they kind of get put on a pedestal because every minor mistake is a lot of time loss over the span of an entire like front nine or back nine, as we know. Even if your first hole is not that great, it can still end up costing you a lot of time. So luckily, Noelle's able to get through it pretty cleanly, aside from the hiccups on like hole 2. But aside from that, she had almost no mistakes on that one. Just playing a lot safer than obviously you or I would, but that just comes with starting out as a beginner in this game. So right as Yoru is entering not entering, but as she's going to sleep to start the missions for golf and chicken launch, Noelle is obviously going into the next chapter, which is the longest chapter in the game, Coyote Season. If there was any time for Yoru to gain some kind of to dig herself out of this deficit she's in, now would be the time with this next chapter. Oh, and she's having some difficulties getting off the bike because for some reason, if you park into the fence, it just doesn't let you get off the bike. But obviously we have a couple RNG missions, the first main one being metal detector. We'll see what kind of luck Noelle's able to get, and then we also have cow tipping 1, most importantly, which is going to be, I honestly think, a big time for Yor to gain some kind of advantage if she's able to remember what I taught her about that mission. At the same time, though, Noelle does have the experience of playing this game beyond this point a good bit. So we'll see how it plays out. As well, we do also have the back nine coming up with golf too. So
Trying to pay attention to Yoru if her chicken launcher is going well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, luckily for Yoru's case, she does have the DPI option on her mouse, so she knows to turn that down for the most part. Yeah.
I did not teach Noelle to jump in the water there.
I wonder.
And she didn't do it in any of the runs I saw.
I think she also just did it with the jump storage too, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think she did the shaking animation, which means that she must have learned something from me, from my streams. That's interesting. Not that she was spying on the coaching, but in terms of just like my runs in general, I think I must have explained it at some point, and it just clicked for her. Wow. I did teach Yoru about that trick in terms of jump storage and falling in the water. So we'll see if she actually does pull it off. But yeah, that is interesting that Noelle actually pulled that out of her hat of tricks. I wonder if she's gonna pull anything else out during this race. I mean, not that pool was her big big rabbit out of the hat, but you know, that was definitely one of the biggest moments that she could have had in this race.
Yeah, I'm so far really positively surprised with how Noelle is playing, which I think says a lot because at this point, having seen her already pretty decent runs, the expectations on my end may have been a little bit higher than they should have been, but she's exceeding them easily.
Oh. Until that happened.
Yeah, never mind. Never mind, she's terrible.
And that's why that's why we are calling this the beginner race, because there's definitely going to be plenty of mistakes being made throughout this entire run from both runners that will, for at least the seasoned runners of this game, will make them kind of scratch their head. But obviously that's the lack of experience that each of these runners have being put on display, really. So
yeah, right now we have an interesting moment for both runners as Yoru is playing Go for Golf and Noelle is about to see her luck with the metal detector.
And I am curious in terms of this mission, did you teach her to pick up the cans before talking to Duke, or did you just tell her to talk to him right away? It looks like I'm already
I
being.
told her to get the cans
Yep,
first.
there you go. I could tell by the way she was spinning the bike there. That's what was gonna happen. So let's see. Oh no way.
2, 3,
Oh no way.
4.
And where do I get this
5.
luck? Where where the hell do I get this luck, man? What the hell?
That's insane.
The best possible RNG that you can get in the two RNG moments that are most integral to this run, pool and metal detector. Noelle gets the best possible RNG she could possibly get.
I want to
In
check later on if she got the I'm bacon and party on, honestly.
Yeah, no, that's
'Cause,
gonna be another thing we'd have to check for too. Oh my goodness.
this is insane.
Noelle is just absolutely taking hold of this lead. Like she's getting every possible good RNG instance that she can so far. Like two missions on the checklist just already just wow. I'm impressed at just like
Yeah.
how well of a run she's having right now. I can't imagine what kind of pace
Mhm.
she's on compared to PB.
God, if you had a run like that, you have a 253 already.
I frickin' wish. Hopefully this
Because
Monday.
this is like once in a lifetime type of RNG, and on top of that, she's playing really well. It's just incredible run.
Someone asked what the odds are of that RNG, and I wish I could explain. Let's just say getting 5 cans out of the sleep spot happens once every probably 20 runs, I'd want to say. Maybe even less, depending on how often you run the game. But as someone that has got to that point of the game as often as I have, I think I've gotten, in terms of like this year, I think I've gotten 5 cans twice out of the almost, what, 500 attempts that I've put into the game. But keep in mind, a lot of those attempts do die at pool. So in terms of attempts that make it to metal detector, it's 2 out of probably like 50 or more. So that's pretty insane odds on top of getting arguably the best possible RNG that you can get at the very start of the game. Because
Yeah.
one thing that I wasn't paying attention to for Noelle was when Duke hit in the black ball. I don't know if it was first shot or if it was like second shot. Because that does obviously lose some time in terms of like the best possible RNG, but not it, obviously if you're able to get out of pool sub 14 minutes, then you're at a pretty good pace. So
Yeah.
wow.
Everything is going her way.
Mm-hmm.
Really incredible.
Yeah,
I am
yeah.
kind of surprised that she didn't go for the barn jump, but I know that she had difficulty with it, so that
Oh,
might have been for the better.
did she end up doing the casual like movement?
Yeah,
Okay. I guess I
so
should pay
that
more
is costing a
attention.
little bit of time.
I'm getting lost in my own words. I'm not. I think because of how large this lead is, it's almost hard to like comment about what each runner can like, how Yoru can catch up. Most importantly, I think it's just Noelle has such a good lead at this moment in time. But obviously, as we know from the race between you and Erratix, there's a chance to soft lock. There's a
Me and
chance.
67.
Who did I say?
You said you and Erratix.
Anyways, yeah, between between Erratix and 67, but between you both, obviously you had the soft lock that happened, and not just that, but like obviously there's other things that can go wrong within the game. Obviously we're not gonna hope that a crash happens because that will just instantly end the race. That would be very unfortunate if that happened to either runner. I think we are gonna be safe in terms of not having to deal with that. Luckily though. But yeah, it's pretty crazy this pace that Noelle is on at this moment in time. I don't know where this would put her on the leaderboard, but I'd imagine that she's somewhere in the range of Randy and Party Turtle's pace at this point, just because of RNG alone. Obviously, I think both of those runners have slightly better movement when it comes to missions like Sharp Squirter and Golf, but Noelle has just been able to take advantage of the RNG so much that she's going to be most likely finishing this run out sub 330, so long as she's able to keep up this pace.
Yeah. Sub 330, that would put her just barely around the top 10. The number 10 is just Atsu with a 329.29.
Oh, wow.
Um,
Wow, I didn't even know that. So top 10 runners are now officially the sub 330 club. Wow.
Yeah. There's a pretty decent chance that she's gonna get the top 10 here. Around the 330s, there are quite a lot of runners. So I think right now she would be 13th place with her PB of 336, just barely beating out Tark.
Surely that guy will come back.
Eventually.
Wow. Yeah, I'm really impressed with what I'm seeing so far, though. I think Noelle is definitely surprising me. Not just the RNG, but also just like the understanding of the game, which does come with the fact that I haven't seen any of her gameplay at all. So I don't know how much of this is. I mean, obviously I'm sure impressed to a certain degree, but obviously you've been able to see her progression as well. So that does also, manage your expectations too.
Yeah, well, I don't think it'll surprise you to learn that even for me, the progress she made was just much quicker than I would have expected. It's just for like consider this is just 1 week of playing. The pace she's playing at is just incredible.
Right.
I am trying to look at Yoru's run as much as possible as much as possible also, and I am pretty positively surprised as well because like I know she didn't have time to do full runs as much as Noelle.
Right.
So seeing especially some of the bike movement going pretty well. In some spots a lot better than Noelle, even like particularly the log jump.
Oh yeah,
both
definitely.
regular and reverse. That's surprising that within a week of coaching she can get that pretty well down.
Yeah, it's surprising me as well because one of the things I mentioned, and let me not like skip over the fact that Yoru's also like really impressing me as well. I think it's definitely easy to overlook her run at the moment simply because of how good Noelle is doing at this moment in time. But Yoru has also been playing really, really well. And it really just comes down to the fact that like she's been able to follow the I can see her looking off to the side and following along with the document as she goes along, which is definitely helping her given the lack of experience that she has. We will see if she's able to remember where all these dig spots are. Most importantly, I did show her where you can find the backups. So we'll see. Okay, she does get 3 from the clothesline. Let's hope that she gets at least some from the sleeping area. That way she can just
I
reset
ended
the
up just
cans.
yesterday with Noelle going over a bunch of the backup spots as well, and it turns out to just not remotely be necessary because she just needed one spot.
Oh, she has one more can she can pick up there. Oh, she doesn't realize it. Oh no, that's gonna cost her. Did end up getting good RNG, just not being able to understand the game fully. But she will be resetting the cans at the very least, just as Noelle did. So at the very least, Yoru does remember her teaching with that. But before we got to this mission, I was explaining, I did mention to her in terms of the reverse log jump, that pulling a wheelie before you jump will actually give you a lot more control in the air when it comes to hitting that jump. And that's something that I had taught myself recently through coaching her. I didn't really think about it up until I was trying to explain it to her that pulling a wheelie as you jump will just give you simply a lot more control, and that makes the reverse log jump just that much easier to pull off. So
I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah, yeah, that's one of the things I went over when I was going over bike movement, was that that the bike gives you a lot more control if you do a jump as you wheelie. Which, as you know, in terms of BTB, we don't wheelie before we do our jump to pull off the trick. So it's kind of that line of thinking where uh, I even taught her this in Bike Race 4, which obviously when we get there, we'll talk about your process of how you taught her how to do that trick, because I'm kind of curious to know if you taught Noelle how to do Bike Race 4 skip or not. But when it came to teaching Yoru for that bike race in particular, I did mention that falling off with a wheelie before you jump, or if you fall back to go hit the checkpoint, that will give you a lot more control. Sorry, I kind of got lost in my words there, but
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, for bike race 4, it's the spot where you just jump off the bridge to Grizzly Gulch almost,
yeah.
where you go up with the bike a little bit, right, to stabilize.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
that I think I mentioned at some point. The thing is, um, just today she was complaining to me that the bike race 4 was typically going quite horribly, and she would fail it like 2 out of 3 times, if not
Mhm.
more. We ended up dropping the skip altogether, so she will be doing the full bike race probably.
Gotcha. That is something that I also did as well. When teaching Yoru that skip, is that I told her, like, if it's not clicking, then just don't worry about it. Just do the bike race as normal. Obviously, just make sure to jump over the hurdles, which are like the only time the hurdles show up in the bike race is on that on bike race 4. If you do it casually, but that's like, that's as simple as playing the game normally. So I believe Noelle at this point, because of Yoru's metal detector split, is going to be about 5 to 6 minutes ahead now, as she does exit Joyride 1 at pretty much 103 in the run, which is a pretty good pace for someone at her skill level. Typically, a sub-hour Joyride 1 is going to be a top 5 position. So if she's only about 4 minutes off of that goal, then she's doing pretty well for herself. Yoru is not going to pick up the cherries. That might, so long as she remembers to pick those up, she'll be fine. But that might be that might be a confusing point for her if she forgets to pick up these cherries after this mission.
Yeah. Well, we'll pay attention to that, because I do hope she doesn't make a mistake like that.
Yeah.
Would be unfortunate.
Yeah, and one of the things when it came to sharp squirting, looks like she's reading the document right now. She might be reminding herself to pick up those cherries. One of the things I mentioned when it came to sharp squirting is the movement and how the milk works in terms of moving like side to side. So when I was teaching Yoru, my biggest thing was that she holds W and flicks her mouse more than anything else.
Yeah,
I'm
it
sure,
took me
yeah.
quite a while to like catch on to the fact that Noelle is very often missing her shots because she's using the arrows to aim in sharp
Mm-hmm.
squirter rather than her mouse. But we did end up actually going over that at some point.
Gotcha. Yeah, Yoru forgetting the route, unfortunately. Which makes this sharp squirter going to be a little bit, it's going to make this one look a little different from how it normally does for us, unfortunately.
Yeah,
But if she's
sharp
able to
squirter is
manage it,
like
yeah.
one thing that with Noelle I was really surprised with, because I went into teaching the routes with the aim that so long as she just like sort of roughly follows it, she's gonna do a lot better than if she just tries to go about it by instinct.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but she ended up internalizing the routes so well that she's like not even just following the route, she's just straight up playing well
Yeah,
and consistent. Uh, which I was very surprised how well he ended up picking it up.
definitely. Yeah. I think in terms of my coaching, I should have emphasized good movement more than the routes themselves, as Yoru lets out a tiny yell, it seems. Uh, good old Barnyard bringing out the frustration, the real gamer and everyone. Yeah, when it comes to sharp squirting, what it really comes down to is just how well you like understand the controls more than the route itself. Obviously, the route is important if you do want to end up saving even more time. But when it comes down to it, there is a huge emphasis on actually what's it called, on the movement itself. Let's see, Noelle at 7 by the time she gets to this. I imagine you taught her a slightly different route for go for traps.
I did not end up going much into it. Like,
Okay,
I feel like she goes around the whole circle, which is what people normally do. What's different is the spot she starts, I think.
right.
She goes for a slightly different one. I've seen her do that multiple times. I kind of figured that it didn't really matter enough to force her to memorize which one to start at.
Right.
There's a couple of decisions like that that I had to make where I had seen what she could have done better, but decided not to mention some stuff because otherwise it's an information overload over the course of a week.
Right. It doesn't seem like we were not paying attention, but I don't know if Yoru actually ended up getting those cherries. That's gonna be interesting. Uh, unless someone in chat was paying more attention than both of us, then we are not completely sure if she has actually gotten those. But considering she took a second to look at the map to see where she had to go next, I would imagine she also took the time to ensure that she grabbed those. So we will see. We'll see how she does. We'll see if she has them or not.
I'm checking right now if she picked up the flower or the cherries. She did not.
Oh boy, that is gonna be
It's
interesting.
gonna
Okay.
be a big costly mistake.
Yeah. We'll see if she's able to remember at by the time she gets to Freddy, really. Hopefully she's able to remember it at some point. Obviously, I don't want to tell her in her chat to pick them up because, in a race setting, I don't want to try to like give her a slight advantage over Noelle. But it already seems like Noelle knows the game well enough. Yeah.
I would be okay with you sending a message, but I'm not sure that she's actually looking at chat.
She might be. Here, I'll just send a quick message for her. Here, let's see if she...
When the attack
It's
thing
reading
is coming
chat.
out, yeah, I'm confused. Bitch! No, we're closing this.
Nope. She's focused on the gameplay.
Shooting
All
at
right.
me.
Well, let's hope that she reads my message at some point. Anyway, it's not a big deal. It's at this point, Noelle has such a huge lead that I don't think she's really gonna be letting up. So
Well, we never know how the chicken launchers is gonna go.
yeah, she did get through the second one pretty comfortably. At the very least. So at least Noelle's not having any more problems with the chicken launch. But it could be harder down the line. We'll see how it goes. I don't know if the coins for the charity one actually like play a role in terms of like how the mouse controls or anything. I doubt it does, but that could also be one that she might get tripped up on just because your vision is a little blocked with the coins in your face.
Looks like Noelle remembers that you cannot jump over that fence.
Is that something
did
that she
in,
tried?
Yeah, she tried that. It never occurred to me to mention that, but that is obviously for those who don't know, that fence at the front of the beauty farm. The hitbox for that is enormously tall, but it looks like you can easily jump over it. I completely forgotten during my coaching that was a thing until I saw her actually do a run where she tried that, and of course lost a decent amount of time.
Yeah, those fences are very unassuming, but of course there's just a big wall that's invisible right above it. So you gotta be able to not be able to. You just gotta simply not go for that jump.
Yeah. One thing that's gonna be obvious, a point for Noelle where she is losing a decent amount of time is that she's very often picking a very bad spot to park the bike.
Mm-hmm.
I think for the bike races, she actually has a decent spot, but for most other spots, she tends to park quite far away.
And
Um,
case in point, another example right here, parking a good bit away.
yeah. And you saw that with delivering the items to Miles as well. She parks at the crossroads between Dandelion Meadow and the Veggie Patch, which means that you spend about like 5 to 10 seconds just walking over 2 miles
Right.
and
Noel
back.
not going for the BTB. Not that it is a big time save, but obviously the good boost to speed will help you in some a tiny tiny little bit. But as you
Yeah.
mentioned, Bike Race 2 was one of those missions where you felt once she got the understanding, oh, that is a little rough. Once she was able to finish with the bike race with a good bit of stamina left, you figured she was ready. But that is
Yeah.
going to cost her a good bit of stamina falling into the water there.
Yeah, she's unfortunately playing this bike race a little bit worse than I've seen from her
Mm,
before. We'll see if the climb to Walnut Woods goes a little better,
right.
but she now comes into it with very little stamina, of course,
Yeah.
so this will be very hard.
But going back to what we are talking about, yeah, the bike placement is going to be a huge role in a bunch of small time saves. One of the things that Yoru does when she's not able to, um, when she's like wanting to spin the bike around, is that she will jump and spin in the air, to like point it in the right direction, after she gets on the bike. So that's oh, I didn't see if Yoru pulled off the 67 strat or not.
She did.
Okay, good. I did teach her that one, so I'm glad that she remembered that. Um,
Yeah, I was gonna mention it. I was surprised you taught her that. I with Noelle, I didn't really go into many specifics when it came to
Joyride.
Joyride. I just told her about the skip on Joyride 2 and told her to practice 3 and 4 quite a bit.
Yeah. So let's see. There's about at this point a 10-minute difference between the two runners. As far as I'm aware. So that is a pretty huge lead on Noel's end. That is just gonna
Yeah.
keep building, I think. Given how much she has run this game over the past week. But yeah, when it comes to the joyrides, the main thing I mentioned was to not press W too much, as that is the downfall of a lot of people when it comes to those missions, is that they think you need to be speeding the entire time, but the important thing is to one, not crash, and then two, take the correct lines, more importantly. That way you're able to cut corners as much as you possibly can, without any hiccups.
And Joyride is one of the cases where Noelle is at a couple points mentioned that she had a pretty interesting approach to how she places her hand on the keyboard.
Mm.
She seems to struggle with doing too many key movements with one hand at a time. And with Joyride, she struggled um, using her left hand to actually brake, to use the S key
Mm.
a lot. So I think she's currently has her right hand during Joyrides on the arrow key, so she can brake from there,
Oh
which I
wow.
found an interesting approach.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
whatever works for the runner, that's really interesting. And kind of what's really cool about this game is just the different play style that you can kind of have, depending on what's more comfortable for you. For example, if a runner felt more comfortable biking or just using the arrow keys, they can use the arrow keys and the shift key to kind of like do whatever they want. Obviously, there's no access to the space bar, but um, if someone felt so inclined to use the arrow keys as their form of movement, then that would be a method that they could do. It's interesting to have that insight about how she operates during Joyride. Like I never would have thought of that, but Yeah, wow.
Yeah. I also know for for biking, she seems to sprint with the right shift, which is also um, not something that I would have thought to do.
It was
That
yeah.
makes it more difficult for her to do some of the tricks because, of course, when you have to use page up, page down, and delete or end to do quick turns or hard jumps or crashing the bike, that means that's gonna be a lot to think about for your right hand while biking.
Mhm.
That is something that Noel struggles with quite a bit.
Yeah, it was kind of a similar thing with Yoru in the case that if she when it came down to like using her pinky, I was like I think the thing I told her was you can always use right shift. If like let's say you want to give your pinky a break, most importantly, like I mentioned using right shift with your right hand to do the tapping method. And what I found interesting as well is the fact that I had to give her like a BPM to like tap the shift key too. Which like obviously that is going to be a factor. But I hadn't thought about it up until that point that there's like a certain like speed that you want to be tapping it at. I kind of just do it intuitively, so I never had to really think about it until I had a coach. But looks like
Yeah.
Noel is on to cow tipping, which, like as we mentioned before, huge mission in terms of RNG. Wow, she gets the double. She gets the one shot on both. That's crazy.
I'm not
Um,
sure if she even knew that doubles are a thing
yeah,
because I never mentioned them.
that's interesting. Yeah, wow. Um,
I also saw that for the first kid, she ended up firing a little bit earlier, so that ended up staggering the kid.
oh, I didn't see that.
And I know that she's, for the most part, not really doing the reload animation skips. Um, I think she gave up on that at some point.
Gotcha. Yeah, I did give Yoru a small like demonstration of the animation skip, but I'm like it's not going to be that important. Like if you remember to do it and you're able to pull it off, good, but don't like worry too much about it cuz it is a very small time save. Um and it's not
Yeah.
it's a hard one to pull off, I think. Even someone at my level, I'm not able to pull it off super consistently if I'm like in the middle of a stressful run.
Yeah. I
She
figure for
is
the most part during regular cow tippings, it's not a big deal. For Coyote Showdown, I feel like just trying to go for it is generally worth it.
Yeah, she is just murdering these kids with the full auto. Oh my God.
Yeah.
She's not letting go of that mouse button at all. Um yeah, when it comes to Coyote Showdown, as you mentioned, it is definitely more important, but not a huge thing I think that should be too emphasized. Um but Yoru is now moving on to items for Miles. And she is she is doing the method I did tell her to keep her control by wheeling off the ramp to maintain her control.
I see she's maintaining control pretty well.
Yeah, until she ran into a
Yeah,
bush that threw her off.
yeah, it's very unfortunate, but she's keeping going.
We'll see if she can get the bounce this time. Oh yeah, no, I told okay, so I told her to do the 67 strat where you just get off the bike and grab the item instead of biking towards it, just in case she falls off the
Um,
bike itself.
I didn't think about that. That would have been smart to tell Noel. I think that's a good tip for beginners.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
That's how it goes. That's just how the log jump can treat you sometimes.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Noelle has finished cow tipping. I don't think she did terribly great at it, but she managed to get through it.
Yeah, there's like one moment where there was like a big kid coming from the top, and she was definitely struggling because I think she had the regular tomatoes. And the way the regular tomatoes work with the big kids is different from the other ones. Simply because after like the third shot, the fourth one won't hit, so you have to like wait a second to hit them, which is like a very weird mechanic. But that's just simply how cow tipping works. So you almost always want to have a power up for those big kids. Otherwise, you're going to be losing upwards to 5 seconds on it So, oh, and Yoru's taken just a completely different path to get to
Oh,
the battery. And she is realizing that, I think, at this point. But so long as she doesn't go back through the south path, yeah, we're good. Yeah, you can see the frustration Yoru's having with this game in terms of the fact that she's just a little unexperienced in comparison to Noelle. And it is showing in her pathing and where she's going to missions. Let's hope she's able to find the
no.
bike stop in the area. I did tell her that there's almost always a bike stop nearby. It looks like she's gonna zoom in to see that there's one right behind her. And once again, just having a rough go at things right now.
Yeah. I did in my first coaching session with Noel, I spent a long time talking about just mentally trying to deal with mistakes because obviously in a beginner race especially they're gonna happen a lot and you might end up making very very big mistakes.
Mhm.
I tried to make sure that doesn't immediately make her panic or hyper frustrated,
Right.
um, and that she knows she just has to keep going no matter what.
And now she's put in a really
Um,
bad spot as she falls into the water there towards Walnut Woods. And now, yeah, this is where the inexperience really comes into play. So let's see which bike stop she chooses to go to. Oh man.
yeah. It's also the fact that she has to make a decision. She can't just sit still and think for a long time about where to go.
Yeah.
Something I try to emphasize with Noel as well. But that's always something that's hard once you're actually doing one of your first runs.
Yeah, and considering that this is Yoru's first actual run of this game, I think she's doing pretty well and holding her own weight in terms of the knowledge that I gave her. Had she done like 1 or 2 runs before this race, I think she would have been in a much better position. But as you can see right now, the cogs are kind of turning in her head about where to go and what to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just Barnyard for you. There's a lot that goes into this run, in terms of just understanding where on the map you need to go. And that was one of the big things that she was having a lot of trouble with, was just knowing where things are on the map and like how to get there, most importantly. Um, and
Yeah.
when it
She is at the
comes,
point that she can make
yeah,
progress again, at least.
yeah, I think at this point she knows where everything else is. I did mention how important the minimap was for finding certain items. Um, but obviously she's having a pretty rough mental go at things. And it's pretty defeating when you're losing a lot of time. It's pretty hard to like find yourself out of that deficit. Oh, and she's taken a path I've never seen
Oh,
before. I still don't know that she's grabbed those cherries, so that will be another thing she
uh,
has to keep track of, even though she just
yeah,
passed
she
by the
hasn't
tree.
won. No, she seems to not be thinking about it.
Yeah. And that is the difference between having time to do practice runs before a race and not being able to, is that you simply don't know what mistakes you're going to be making if it's your first like playthrough without my help directly. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, I think Yoru is just having to deal with it right now. Simply just looking at the guide and hoping that she can remember where everything is. Um, if
I've been paying
yeah.
very little attention to Noel's Sharps Quarter Easy Springs.
Mhm.
I'm hoping she's playing it well.
It looks as though she is. Let's see, round 2, I believe. Yeah, she's on round
Yeah,
2
it
now.
looks
Yeah.
like round two. Grabbed an extra milk there because she wasn't sure she'd had enough.
I can't imagine how hard it was explaining this entire this golf this not golf course, but explaining this sharp quarter most importantly.
Yeah, we did have to go through this one and the beauty farm one level at a time because
Yeah,
otherwise it's just too much to memorize.
exactly.
What I generally just did is I tried to very slowly show off the route like once or twice and then had her replicated about 3 times. And usually at that point, she got the gist of it.
Hmm.
I don't know how much she practiced the sharp squirter specifically offline,
Hmm.
but yeah, at some point I was just really surprised how well she played it.
Right. I'm kind of in the same boat in terms of I don't know how much Yoru practiced them offline because we pretty much only had time to do the one practice run that was split up between sessions, and in those runs I had her just completely, not completely, but I had her just like do sharp squirters over and over and over again. That way it kind of just was engraved in her head, and we did not pay attention to Yoru doing the BTB if she did. But she is now on Bike Race 2 after that long items per mile split um, due to some unfortunate circumstances.
Yeah. Yeah, Yoro is having a rough go at it. She's generally playing pretty well,
Hmm.
but at this point we know there was a massive time loss, not only due to Noel's luck, but also um, due to the items for Miles mission, and we know she will almost definitely have a huge time loss because we don't think she picked up the cherries at all.
Right.
It will come in later.
So that's gonna be a rough part. Yeah, she doesn't go for the BTB. At this point, I'm sure she's just a little mentally checked out of all the minute details and trying to focus on not losing major time as she did just a second ago. So we'll see.
Yeah,
We'll see if she's able to recover her sanity, because I know that this game can kind of bring out the crazy in people, as I've
yeah.
experienced.
I'm assuming we're gonna try to encourage her to finish the run even after Noelle has finished, if she does end up finishing first, and the
Yeah,
other way around, of course.
I'd like to encourage, but obviously there's only so much you can do if someone is already just done with it. But we'll
Yeah.
see. We'll see how it goes.
I'm gonna have to pay attention to how she does on Walnut Woods because the other 2 cows are right behind her, but
Yeah.
she's already caught up, so it'll be fine.
Yeah, I had mentioned to her that the catch up mechanic does exist, but this is a kid's game. I did have to remind her, so it's pretty easy to still win the race. You just have to be cautious of the Jersey cows being like right behind you at certain checkpoints, and that was the case more importantly with like Bike Race 4. When it came to that bike race, I had mentioned that by the time you hit the checkpoint for the trick, the Jersey cows will be like right behind you, so you do have to be careful about that. And then the same thing with Bike Race 5. As we all have seen before, I have lost a world record pace because I fell before the finish line, which gave Eddie the victory like almost immediately. So,
Yeah, I did emphasize to Noel not to get too greedy with crashing at the very start of the finish line,
right.
and also just aborting the crash if she isn't sure that she's going to finish past it.
Yeah.
Um, I will have to quickly go to the bathroom,
Sure thing.
unfortunately, right as Noel starts Golf 2, but I'm very curious to see how she handles the later holes.
It's
Be
okay.
right back.
Hole 10 doesn't decide the rest of him, so you're good.
Exactly.
And one thing I did notice with Noelle is the fact that she did not talk to Ben before doing this golf. Not that it's a huge time difference or anything to worry about. She just has to remember to actually talk to him after this mission. And that is one of the things about Barnyard speedrunning as a whole that really you have to keep note of, is just all these tiny little things. And especially when talking about the cherries that Yoru's going to have to obtain at a certain point when she does eventually talk to Freddy. That's going to be really interesting to see. But she is coming up on hole 11, Noelle. So we will see if she's able to pull off this trick first try with no issues. Okay, she gets it in that spot. She should be able to get this right away. Yeah. Oh, wow, she messes it up. I wonder if she was holding the D key or if she was just holding S. One thing you have to note about hole 11, okay, she was holding it that time. She should get it easily, yeah. One thing to note about that trick is that you do want to be pushing against the right wall as you grab the ball and go down. Otherwise, it's going to be a good bit harder to actually pick up the ball itself. But how are we doing, chat? I know we haven't been talking to you too much, but I hope we're all doing well. I hope we're all having a good time. I know it's kind of a blowout at this moment in time, but I hope we're all at least enjoying the commentary and really the gameplay from both runners as well.
Did I miss anything big?
Nothing so far. She missed the hole 11 skip like first try, but it's not a huge deal. Yoru is on to cow tipping. Let's see if she remembers where all these spawns are. It doesn't seem like she does. At least not immediately. I did mention the first 3 spawns are always going to be exact, or at least the first 4 spawns are going to be the same ones each time.
Yeah, I always forget about the 4th spawn. I only did the first 3 spawns.
Right. And then from here on out, she should know that they're only going to spawn on the left, the top left, and the veggie patch. But we're going to focus on Noelle as she is at one of the harder missions in the game. So we'll see. Yeah, 13, one of the weird holes where you kind of have to understand how the angles of the boards kind of work. For 13, it took me a long while. And I when it came to golf, one of the things I had to explain was that it's not a top-down view, but it's like an angled top-down view that you get from the camera, which can really just affect the angles that you throw the ball at.
Yeah. One thing that I discovered while playing Go for Golf with Noel, I learned about a soft lock that I was not aware of on hole 15.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so what she ended up doing at some point is throwing the ball on the ramps almost like directly forward. So of course it landed on the platform in the middle and very slowly, very, very, very slowly
Oh,
rolled back towards her.
right.
But apparently on the first ramp, if it goes so slowly, the ball can fall into the void. It fell through the map on the same way that you can get on hole 14.
Wow. Okay.
That's not something I'd ever seen before.
That baffles me. That really does baffle me. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. Interesting. The void. I'm surprised that it falls into the void more than anything else.
Yeah.
Because I knew about that soft lock where it's like it slowly rolls, but I didn't know it could actually fully lock you out. Wow. That's something to keep a note of. Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I've been pretty since that soft lock. I've been pretty specific with her about how to approach hole 15, trying to make sure that you set up your shots properly and make sure that you don't fire too forward, because that will often get you those double bounces, and if you're really unlucky,
Yeah.
will make it start rolling.
Noel now going for the setup you came up with, of course. Let's see if she gets it cleanly. That's going to work perfectly every time. Yep. Wow, yeah, that's very clean. One of the problems Yoru had with hole 16 was actually getting that second throw, just picking it up at the right time, most importantly. But
yeah, it took Noelle a long time as well. She seemed to have an instinct to go to the right and downwards rather than straight to the right.
I see.
And I'm kind of surprised. Well, not that surprised, but I wasn't really sure that she was going to get the setup right this time. We ended up spending a long time on hole 16 trying to figure out how to play if you don't get the setup perfectly.
Oh, nice. And she gets 17 almost immediately. Wow.
That's incredible. Yeah, because that's I think I mentioned earlier, that's one of the holes where if you don't get the setup right, you still need to know a little bit about how to recover. Because what she ended up doing was usually just try to throw at full power.
Mhm.
I had to dissuade her from that because the problem is just where you want the ball to go. You want it to go over the ramp, but beyond that, if you have too much power, it's going to be really unpredictable where the ball is going to go.
Right.
And on hole 16, you can get really screwed over.
Yeah, no, I totally forgot to mention that with Yoru, so we're gonna hope that she's able to just do your setup as I taught her. It looked like Noelle on the loop in 17 was actually trying to do a setup similar to mine. It looks like, and she went for it. It looks like another loop throw as well there, where like she was at this kind of angle, but it popped out of the like. Oh wow, that was really close to popping back to where she was. Um,
Yeah.
but that happened on 17 where it popped out of the loop at that like specific point. We're gonna see if Yoru remembers the skip as well. Okay, good, she does. Really, really easy skip to get down, but it looks like Noelle is going to be completing this really, really cleanly. I don't think there was really any mistakes aside from like very, very small ones that only you or I would know. But
Yeah,
she got through that
she
really, really cleanly.
she played fantastically.
Yeah.
I'm not convinced that she's gonna play every one of the goals as fantastically. I know she struggled with it quite a lot, but if
Mhm.
she can keep this up, that would be quite fantastic.
Right.
I know particularly she struggled a lot with hole 14. If she doesn't get the hole in one, it's just really hard to actually get the ball in the ramp. And I think
Right.
anyone who has ever played hole 14 knows how that goes.
Yeah, she did almost get the hole in one, which is insane. Like she was pretty close to getting that lineup. You were explaining something while it happened, but I think she just like her angle was ever so slightly off, and she almost got it. But yeah, I'm very impressed. I know that she did the 6 hour golf stream as everyone knows, but like in terms of the back nine, it is not an easy one to get down. So. Very impressive stuff coming from Noelle right now. Yoru is now finally making it to the Izzy Springs Sharp Squirter. We will see if she's able to perform this one well or hopefully remember the route, but obviously the route is the hardest part of this one. So considering how
Yeah, how
considering
long
how
did you spend trying to explain this route? Because I spent a long time on it.
she didn't have a lot of time, so we didn't really get a chance to go over a lot of the routes like too much, unfortunately. That is the one thing I think that you guys also had an advantage of, is that you had a better, I think you had a better idea of how to like coach, and I was kind of just like, I was kind of winging it just a little bit. We'll see. Yeah, she's already going the wrong way. Unless she goes back around. Okay, yeah, no, she's fine. Question mark. All right, at this point, Yoru's kind of just doing her own thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with it so long as she gets through this as cleanly as she possibly can. But yeah,
One
I
thing I am
guess
noticing with Euro is that she's trying to make a lot of quick decisions about whether to aim or just to squirt with moving the mouse around,
yeah.
which is one thing that I know Noelle. Typically, she wouldn't go for the auto aim, which very often would make some shots more difficult.
Right. And she is going to be forgetting the two cans that are along the perimeter of the fence line, unfortunately. She's going to have to go back. She's going to have to go across the entire golf course again just to get those two. Wow. Yeah. Shows the importance of practicing properly. It's unfortunate that Yoru is having such a hard time. I think the mess up of, I forget what it was that was kind of like the start of her downfall. But I think once she messed up the route in BD Farm, she's kind of just been taken off her course. Oh yeah, it was items for miles. That's what really kind of set her off and got her lost. So unfortunate that she is having a hard time with this game. It is not an easy feat, and this is a good example of why you should be trying to do runs as often as you can before going into a race setting, because it really can make a difference.
Yeah, obviously for Noelle, she's had a busy, or for Yoru, he has had a busy week,
Mm-hmm.
so it's not always possible. I luckily went into it with Noelle knowing that she would have time to do multiple runs.
Right.
That
And I guess that kind
um,
of leads into one of the questions I had where, like, do you feel like 1 week is enough time to coach people on this game? Or do you think they
yeah,
need, well,
so
yeah.
it really depends, obviously. Um, Noelle just had plenty of times and a lot of commitment to actually do runs, and she's been playing this game just tons and tons over the past week.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, I feel like I've had enough time to get her to establish a pretty decent run, as we can see now. Outside of just the luck she's getting now, is just the skill is clearly there to get a decent run.
Mm-hmm.
That's He has the skill to get a sub 330. We'll see if it happens this run.
To give an idea of the kind of pace she's on, out of Golf 2, I think she was about 12 minutes behind my time. So that's, let's see, so that would be like a sub 310 pace, technically speaking, if she was able to perform like really well throughout the rest of the way, which I think gives
Yeah.
her a really good shot of getting a 3-2x time for her final
Do you know
time.
what time roughly did she have for Golf 2?
If it was 12, I want to say it was like 137, maybe. That might be that. Hold on, I'm trying to remember because I have like a 125. Yeah, I think she was about like 137. I think was where the timer was about. Obviously, she's not going to go for the same strats that the top level runners go for. But she will. Yoru just cannot
She's
get that.
4 minutes or 4? No, 3. About 3.5 minutes behind my PB then,
Wow.
which
Yeah,
is
that's pretty remarkable.
incredible.
Yeah, that's this. If she decides to continue on speedrunning this game, that's going to be a pretty hard time to beat. But she clearly has a lot of time save. So Yoru finally getting out of the Izzy Spring Sharp Squirter. Luckily, it is the most difficult one. So from here, she's going to have a pretty easy go at the rest of the game. But yeah, that's just going to be a rough time loss, that entire Sharp Squirter.
Yeah, with the sharpshooters, I really try to emphasize just roughly knowing the route will save you a lot of time. Being perfect at it over the course of the run will not save you that much
Yeah.
in comparison. But it's especially the Izzy Springs one. It's so hard to remember the route, and not getting it can cost a lot of time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's unfortunately what's happening with Euro here.
Yeah, and we are coming up to the mission where she's going to realize that she is missing 3 specific fruit. A specific fruit with 3 of them. So we will see how she's able to play this one out. We'll see if she even has the cherries. If she does, good, but I think because they were in both of the trees, I don't think she actually ended up picking them up. So we're going to see how she plays this one out. Noelle is entering the charity missions, which is obviously the hard, in my opinion, the hardest part of the what am I trying to say, of Coyote season, simply because of what's it called, Bike Race 3, and just being able to perform at a high level. So Yoru right now is trying to figure out what she's missing. She kicked the apple tree. She knows she has the strawberries. Here, let me just type cherries in her chat.
Yeah. She's right now saying that she doesn't know where to get the cherries. Yeah, I'm checking in on her audio a little bit because tapping out of the game.
Okay.
All
What do
right,
I need to
I'll
grab
go
from there? Wait, what did I miss? What do I need to grab?
She doesn't even know she needs to.
Walnut Woods? Oh, cherry. Wait, at Walnut Woods or in BD's farm?
Grab
Right,
that.
BD's farm is through Walnut Woods.
There you go. Perfect. Okay,
Wait,
she remembered
oh,
finally.
Was I supposed to grab there? Am I going the right way? Wait, y'all, I'm having a blackout. I'm sorry. Wait. Okay, yeah, I'm Walnut Woods. Wait, that freaked me out so much that I'm having a blackout. That freaked me out so much. GG, I forgot. GG.
Well,
I think
Trying to
everybody
pay attention
makes
to both of them.
mistakes,
See,
and
Noelle
I
is
just make
now on
more than
another chicken launcher.
we'll see if she's able to get through this one cleanly. She was able to before. This one, I did tell Yoru, I'm like, just follow the coins and you'll be fine. Like, just follow the coins with your mouse, pretty much. But yeah, Noelle not having any problems with chicken launch anymore. And Yoru does now finally have her cherries. Thank goodness. Wow. Yep, that just goes to show one small mistake in the route and it can end up costing you a ton of time. Okay, cool.
I see someone in your chat is asking if there's a way to practice the game from midway points like save states. Unfortunately, that's not really a thing.
Yeah, so you'd have to borrow save files from somebody else. Unfortunately, that's just kind of how it works. But the best way to practice the game is to play it, so do with that info what you will. All right, and Noelle is moving on to Bike Race 3. We'll see how she's able to perform these the checkpoint glitch, and let's see if Yoru's able to remember. Yes, she does remember. Good. But yeah, Bike Race 3, obviously at my level, one of the scarier bike races simply because missing one of the super jumps is very costly. However, the checkpoint for a beginner level to intermediate is very easy to understand, as there's a huge leeway from the game that allows you to actually fall off your bike, even or get close to the checkpoint. Not even you don't even have to be like super duper close, but close enough to where you are in first place, almost like right after the loop. So we'll see if Noelle's able to pull it off here. Looks like she should be able to spawn. Yep, perfect.
Yep.
Like I said, a lot of leeway. I honestly, for a second, thought she wasn't going to be able to touch it, but I guess towards the, like right before she jumped, I think is when she actually touched it, or as she crossed the mud. So, oh, and she almost got that bug.
I don't think I've ever seen someone bump into that without crashing.
It's very rare that happens. Yeah, I can't say I've seen that either.
But she's playing the bike race extraordinarily well.
And speaking of, to go off of that, was there anything like watching Noelle's gameplay that like helps you learn more about the game? Like for example, the jumping while turning on the bike. 67 had mentioned like maybe doing that with like a BTB, like tied into it, could like maybe be like a quick little like tech that might be possible. I haven't tested it out, but just like as an example.
Yeah, there's not a lot from the coaching that I think I would incorporate into my own gameplay.
Mm-hmm.
There was one thing during Bike Race 5. It's the Grizzly Gulch jump.
Right.
It can happen occasionally that you just come at it from a completely wrong angle. And you'll have to back up quite a bit.
Yeah.
What Noelle was doing, that I had not considered before, is that you can just try to very quickly crash the bike, and it will put you at a good spot and angle to immediately veer off to the corner.
Oh,
That's
wow.
something that if I mess it up again, I will probably start doing, and would have never thought of if I hadn't seen Noelle do that.
Yeah, wow. I didn't realize that was a thing that people could do. Yeah, just shows how much optimization is still left within this game. And that's kind of what's cool about having new runners in the game is that it not only brings a fresh pair of eyes from the runner themselves. That was interesting.
Did you? What the hell? I don't understand what just happened.
Okay, sometimes like you gain like a tiny little bit of air that lets you like if you're holding down like the trick button, it'll just like let you do a trick while like kind of riding on the ground. It's really interesting. I think that's kind of what happened. Anyways, when it comes to beginners and their like fresh set of eyes when it comes to seeing this game for the first time, or like let's say they're an experienced speedrunner coming from a different game, they kind of have an idea of like what it takes to be fast, of course. And with that mindset, they can actually like end up finding like new tricks and things, and maybe even not even tricks, but just like strategies. For example, the one with Bike Race 5, like you would have never thought to like do something like that unless Noel had done this or agreed to this race. And it kind of reminds me of when Party Turtle and Proot were practicing, and then they came up with two different reroutes that ended up saving like a minute and a half, I think, over the entire run.
Yeah, and even more recently, of course, we saw a gaming guy with I think like a 4 or 6 one where um, he um, he just did the super squirt mission really weirdly, and when I noticed that, I realized that there was a trick here that just nobody seemed to know about.
Right. Right.
That has now been incorporated into the run.
And Yoru able to pull off hole 11 skip first try. Uh, Took her a second to set it up, but she was able to pull it off immediately, which is good. But yeah, that's kind of what I love about like this coaching idea is that you're not only able to like as you mentioned you were able to talk about the game for like hours, it felt like, without like really being able to let up. And as someone that has obviously dedicated a lot of time to this game, I'm obviously in the same boat as you, uh arguably at a different degree, simply because I just have so many different like ideas and so much knowledge of just how this game operates and what's possible within it. um and what's great about this coaching is that it not only makes you have to think about a way to like explain everything, to make it easier for others to understand, but it also these runners might have a different way of perceiving the info that we give them. Like I don't think Yoru has ever really played like a game similar to this that's like outside of like maybe GTA or something like that. Like she doesn't frequent open world licensed video games or like have knowledge of these games or speed run them at all. So it's interesting to see like just what a different perspective when what a different perspective can offer to seasoned runners, compared to beginners.
Yeah, it's been a big rewarding experience just seeing these runners start out, learn new stuff, invent new stuff,
Yeah.
and uh, it's just a really fun experience to see new runners and doing that at such a close level like we were doing now with the coaching that we were doing. That's been a really fun experience.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, 13 hole 13 was always one of those holes that Yori struggled with. I'm glad that she was able to get through it. We'll
I
see if
think she
she's
still did it better than Noel because Noel's hole 13 was not pretty good and not so good either.
I think she was able to exit it before the timer became red, which is where Yoru was at, unfortunately. And yeah, just not able to get that first throw. This was another hole that she kind of struggled with. I did give her the tip of just like setting it up right below the hole once you get to like the final area. That way it's
Yeah,
just easier to throw it in.
went over that with Noel quite a lot too.
Yeah.
Because Noel, I think in the latest run that she attempted, that she actually did not finish, I think.
Hmm.
Um, she had a lead over her 3:36 run, but then during both Golf 2 and Golf 4, I think she timed out on hole 14. Even knowing this strat, she seems to struggle with it.
Hmm.
Dr. Saw is asking if there's a big difference in time, and yes, there is. Noelle has pulled ahead quite comfortably.
If I were to guess the amount of time she's ahead, it's probably around the 15 to 20 minute range at this point. Um, yeah, Yoru got lost on one particular mission and ended up crashing her bike and falling into the water a bunch, which got her even more confused and lost her even more. So it's been pretty rough for Yoru. She's not been getting great RNG, as well as just simply not understanding the run as well as Noelle has. But Noelle has also just gotten just amazing RNG this run, to the point where she was able to break ahead 4 minutes just out of pool alone, which is a huge advantage to have at the very start of a run.
Yeah, the RNG for Noel, like I think I might have actually just never seen a run quite as lucky. Uh, truly incredible. Getting the early pool luck and getting the one cycle, and getting 5 cans from the first spot.
Yeah.
That's just unheard of.
I think what I liked about what she did as well is the fact that she actually she reset off of those 5 cans alone. Like, she didn't bother with going to any of the other dig spots, which I think had she gone for the other ones, it might have messed her up like a tiny bit. Obviously, she could have gone for like the best possible RNG by going for the other 2 dig spots, but I think playing it safe was the right option there. And Yoru
Yeah,
able
I'm
to
not
pull
sure
off
I
full 16 pretty cleanly as well. Go ahead.
I'm not sure I would have even made the same decision, but it paid
Mhm.
off quite comfortably.
Yeah.
No matter what, with 5 cans at the start, and going into the barn, it's such a super safe play and already extremely lucky.
Yeah.
So, very good.
And Noel is done with golf 3 as Yoru is getting to hole 17 on golf 2, which is just shows how much of a lead that Noel has been able to build throughout this entire run. And shows just what experience can do for you in a race setting. I'd love to see. Obviously, we're trying to get a race going between Glow and 67, and one of the big things that 67 has been able to actually pull off is an amazing 13:28 is what it got retimed to Night Barn percent run, which not only improves that category but also improves his gameplay overall, which will definitely play a role in terms of that race if we're able to pull it off. Hopefully this coming Monday.
That was just
And
barely a 13:28, by the way. I retimed it to 13:28.983. So 1 frame off.
wow. And Yoru's just not having it with hole 17. She just cannot get it in the spot, man. Oh, there we go. That should work. Perfect. All right.
Awesome. Yeah, I know Noelle was very frustrated with hole 17 as well. And I think during the run that uh, she streamed, at some point she just like decided to give up and tried the whole hole.
Mm,
Which I had to instruct her that like no matter what, she kind of has to keep going with the trick because it will typically just be faster than doing the whole
yeah.
route. It's so long.
That's
And
yeah,
she
that
said that
yeah.
she realized it at that point.
Mhm.
I'm curious how Noelle's going to play Milk Bar.
Oh yeah. I'm
I
sure
did
you
show
taught
her the whole thing.
yeah. I'm sure you taught her
Oh
how to
my
do
god.
it properly. It's a good
Yeah.
start.
Because with every run that I've seen from her so far, she couldn't quite get to 98 points at the
Mm,
last level, but here she managed.
yeah, I
I know that she's been very good at recovering if she doesn't get those 98 points that you need to go for the quick setup. But here it wasn't even necessary. She played it perfectly.
yeah. Wow, that was as perfect as you can really do it. I think the only thing that she could have done was just fill the milk up just a tiny bit less on that first round, but like that's like the nitpickiest thing I could possibly say about that. milk bar. Like that's
She
as
could've-
good as you want to.
Could have moved left to pick up the last class, but that's such a minute difference.
Exactly.
Played it so well.
Yeah, Yoru not able to pull off the loop throw, unfortunately. Oh, thank God that ball didn't bounce through. That would have been so bad. I did tell her
Yeah,
to
you know,
practice when it came to golf, at least the back nine, to do it through precision. So I wonder if she did follow through with that, because precision will simply just make you better at the at your throws, I think.
Noelle once again, very bad bike parking spot, but she's remembering to pick up the bluebells, which is very important.
Yeah. At this point, I'm curious to see where she's at in terms of maybe your run or someone else's run. All right, halfway point, and Yoru is looking like she's not going to really be able to pull off a sub 4 pace at this point, as she is exiting Golf 2 at 2 hours, 2 minutes. It's not the exact halfway point, but it's almost exactly halfway, so if she can maybe pull off some crazy time saves somewhere along the line, then she'd be fine, but we'll see.
Yeah, the issue I think with her is that, or with predicting how her pace is going to go, is that the biggest time loss is probably already behind her.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the like forgetting the cherries and the very poor items for Miles mission.
Right.
That's that has cost her a lot of time, but we of course don't really know if she'll play the rest of the run at the same pace,
Definitely.
or if she'll not make any such huge mistakes. From here on, there are not that many spots where the time loss can be as big as those two missions.
Let's see. Yeah, compared to my first run, she is she's well behind, but another thing you have to keep in mind is that that run also showcases a lack of good skill, as well as the golf skips. I know for sure I did hole 17 casually, so long as she can pull that off in the next 2 golfs well, then she'll be fine for sub 4, but only time will tell. We'll see if Yoru's able to pull off this sub 4. In terms of Noelle, though, the sub 330 is definitely what we're wanting to obtain here. I think that's a very feasible and realistic goal to set for her.
Yeah, do you have any idea what kind of pace exactly you would expect from her? I assume she's not remotely still on a 320 pace, which would be an incredible feat. I assume she's much closer to 330.
I'd have to, if I were to guess, she's probably like somewhere in the mid like 320s. It would be my assumption. I think if I were to make like a bold guess right now, she'd probably end with like a 324 something.
Wow, it's I'm very proud of this pace so far.
Yeah, it's
No, but like
I mean,
honestly, like the seeing her perform so well as a coach is just, it's really rewarding seeing her actually pick stuff up and exceed expectations.
I think Yoru is kind of exactly where I expected her to be, given that she had not done a single run. I went into this kind of assuming that Noelle was going to be able to kind of like take a huge lead at some point. And that's just because Yoru simply did not have enough time to practice as much as I would want her to. Which, you know, life gets in the way of video games sometimes, and that's okay. At the end of the day, obviously this race is for fun. But at the same time, you do want to win, and in a race setting, when it's a 1v1, it's you versus the other person, and when there's a 20-minute lead, it's a little hard to like keep yourself in the run and actually finish it through. But I think so long as she's able to finish this run out despite all the mistakes she made, I think she'll make me as proud as I already am of her ability, because so far she's already been remembering like small things that I didn't expect her to. which comes with having the document open next to you as well. But at the same time, I think she's doing very well for a very first run. And if she does follow through with what she told me about like maybe wanting to continue running this game afterwards, she only has room. She only has like improvement to make from here on out. You know, like she can only get better from here.
Yeah, there's definitely still parts of Yuri's run that I'm impressed with, considering she hasn't done a full run on her own time yet.
Mm.
But the big mistakes and Noelle exceeding expectations, even after a lot of hard work, is costing Euro, unfortunately.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, fortunately for me, but
I think it's cool to see someone like Noelle just improve so drastically over the span of a week, though. It really goes to show that if you do dedicate enough time, you can get a really good time. You could get a top 10 time pretty easily in this game, so long as you're willing to put in the time and effort to actually get better at it.
yeah. I want to say, like, I think if we do another beginner race, it would definitely even the playing field a little bit, having 2 weeks of time. Oh, this
Yeah.
is very unfortunate for Noelle, because I don't think she knows where the bike spots are.
That is a good point. I was gonna say, like, I was trying to think about it, and I'm like, oh wait, okay, never mind. She saw the one right there.
Okay.
She's good now. I was gonna say I don't remember where the nearest bike spot is aside from the one that's near the water in Izzy Springs. So it's good that she was able to find that bike spot as she was walking towards Otis.
Yeah, I don't think I ever told her that you could see the black spots on the minimap, so I was really worried there for a second.
I did
But
mention
she
that to
luckily
Yoru.
saw it.
Yeah. I had mentioned that to
Um,
Yoru just in case, because I figured that at some point she's gonna fall off the bike and have to find out where the next bike spot is. But yeah, back to what you're saying. Yeah, 2 weeks would definitely even the playing field just a little bit more.
Yeah, I do kind of feel like at that point, if we're doing it, especially we're pulling candidates out of speedrunning communities, or participants, I should say.
mhm.
With 2 weeks time, seeing like how Noelle can improve in such a quick time, I feel like after 2 weeks they're just gonna beat me.
In that case, you got to get good, man. You just
Yeah,
simply got to
I
get
know.
good. Yeah, the great thing about this game is that there's a high skill ceiling, but the like the floor is like there's so much room between the floor and the ceiling. And I feel like to get closer to the highest possible skill, it doesn't take too much time. I like, for example, my current world record PB, it's not even that great. As we saw yesterday, like, and not even just yesterday, but even in that run, like, there's still a lot of time that can be improved throughout the entirety of my own run. And like, if I dedicated more time to just simply grinding this game and this game alone, like we could probably obtain 253 by the end of the year, would be my guess. Depending on the amount of strats found, depending on what like just yeah, it kind of depends on like more strats being found, but it also depends on how well I'm able to like grind down golf, and that goes for any player as well. Sub 3 has only been achieved by me so far, but I can almost guarantee that for example, if 67 just dedicated a week to just like doing a run a day, I think we could see another sub 3 time on the boards if he did decide to do that. And
Yeah,
that can happen for any
absolutely.
runner as well. Even you. I think simply because you've been spreading yourself across different hobbies and stuff, you've just not had the time or energy to really dedicate as much time as you like would like to if you wanted to get a better time in this game. But at the same time, that does not mean that it's like impossible for you. You just gotta find the time.
Yeah. Okay, someone in chat is asking why there's a 6 minute difference between the stream's clock and Noel's. The clock in Noel's game is a load remove timer. So that's the time subtracting all the time it takes the game to load. We have that in the speedrun helper mod that we tend to play with. We typically don't really look at that time anymore. So the RTA time, which is the real time time including loads that is on stream, that's what we're paying the most attention to.
Yeah, we had some issues with the load remove timer being a bit inconsistent with older versions of the speedrun mod. So as a result, we kind of just decided for the time being to stray away from including it on the boards, just because it made it so that, like, for example, Erratix had not a much worse, but a worse time than 67 shots on the board at one point. But in terms of RTA, but his load remove timer was like just much better. But it's because
It
the
was like
game
2 minutes faster.
yeah, but and that's because the game was adding like it was adding time and taking away time like randomly. Like it was kind of just like a random value that was just messing with the timer. So we don't really focus on the in-game timer too much anymore unless it's RTA. But at one point, maybe at some point in the future, we might go back to it. But for now, we're focused more on RTA at this moment. And we do have Yoru going into Bike Race 3. Let's see if she does pull off the checkpoint trick. One thing that she did want to do is actually avoid... Oh, looks like that was a really fast one. Wow.
Ooh, that's fantastic.
I did tell her that you can bail pretty quickly so long as you're just right next to the checkpoint, so it paid off. I didn't
Yeah.
expect that to work right away.
I did not go in as much detail with Noelle.
Hmm.
Just told her to jump over the mud and crash.
Yeah, no, that's as simple as you have to make it sometimes. That's what I told Yoro to do as well. But I also like explained that like the checkpoint is closer. Like there's a lot of leeway. So long as you're like close to the left side, where you jump up, then you're gonna hit the checkpoint almost every time.
Yeah, this bike race does seem to be going well for her.
Mm-hmm.
Which is good. I
Noel.
think she's gonna need some W's to avoid getting too frustrated at the game at this point.
True.
Yeah, with
She
Barnyard,
does.
that's always just
Wow.
very hard. There's
And
so
she does it again. She did the fast fall off the bike again, which is like not what I expected her to do at all. That's impressive.
her bike tricks are on point.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Noel having a
Oh,
hard time with
Noelle,
14.
yeah.
Yep, good old golf mechanics. There you
Yep.
go. Got through it eventually. That might even go into the hole. Oh, close.
Yeah, no, she has been struggling with getting it in here, so we'll see if she does it well. It's not quite what I told her to do.
She just had to go for it. At
Yeah.
this rate, I'm sure she knows that she's at a really good pace, so I'm sure she's fine with taking some risks in certain areas.
Yeah, I mean, she has her own splits open. I'm pretty sure she does use live split quite a bit.
Oh, no way. Oh my god. Enough power and she would have gotten it through 2 ramps there. She had the perfect angle. And this goes to show that that 6-hour session of playing the front 9 really does pay off sometimes. Oh man, that would have been bad if it went down the spiral there. It's funny watching Yoru's reactions to like all the like little like mistakes that she makes. Like she just crashed into like one of the tree roots and then like just was like, "What?" Didn't even fall off the bike or anything, but All right, pulls it off successfully. That angle that she took was a little interesting. Did you end up explaining like that the ball can ride along the side of the like the
Yeah,
rug along the wall?
yeah, I did. I did try to recommend it, but she,
Hmm.
I know at the start she had a tendency to kind of aim right rather
Mm,
than left.
I see.
Um, she still seems to be doing that sometimes, but not other times.
Yeah, I didn't really bother explaining that because I felt like that might have been a bit too much for Yoru. Just because we had so much to go over that it was kind of it didn't really cross my mind to really like explain it too much. But it's nice
Yeah,
that you were
no,
able to explain it to her.
I luckily had enough time to go very in depth with back nine.
Mhm. And does Yoru remember to leave? She does remember. Okay, good.
She does. A little bit late maybe, but that doesn't matter so much.
All right, good old hold 17. Let's see. Noelle pulls it off. It took her a couple tries, but that is still a really fast hole 17 for someone that is just starting out running this game.
Yeah. I imagine Noelle is feeling pretty nervous right now because she knows she has to know what pace she's on.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I wanted to try to compare to where her PB is at, but unfortunately her oh wait, I might be able to watch it actually. Hold on. Yes. Okay, I can see how far are we into the run? 2 minutes, 2 hours 17.
Give or take, yeah.
Um yeah, she's easily like 7 or 8 minutes ahead of PB.
Wow. That's really
Um
impressive.
yeah, that's incredible pace.
Getting through hole 18 without soft locking, most importantly.
Yeah, I spent quite a bit of time talking about that.
Yeah, I could imagine.
As you might imagine, I've been traumatized.
And I think I have like one more question. Is there anything that like you want to like explain differently, like that you would explain differently if you were teaching somebody new?
I'm not entirely sure that there is that much. Of course, there's a little bit of a weird thing with Noelle that she has watched a lot of um can she find a bike? She can. That she has watched a lot of runs, so she knew the early game pretty well, and she
Mhm.
knew the golf mechanics already. So especially front nine, I just completely skipped over, and
Right.
for other runners, I would have to explain that.
I
Um,
well for my case, I felt like I didn't have to explain the front nine too much aside from like the last three holes. That's like the only thing that I really brought up because the first six are like pretty self-explanatory, but yeah.
and for everything else, there's at least 2 points where I went into tricks that I should have, in hindsight, known beforehand that were not suitable for a beginner race.
Mhm.
So that's JCSS. I know that I only started talking about it because Noelle asked about it.
Yeah.
Actually, she asked specifically about the new version of the trick, and we went over it a little bit, but wasn't able to get it consistently.
Yeah, no.
You know how that feels, I think.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, like she's playing on 800 by 600, so she has
All right.
67's run to compare to,
That
and
is
that
true.
made the going for the setup a little bit easier. But she still just wasn't quite able to get it consistently.
Mhm.
But like in hindsight, like not only is that too hard a trick, but when we started coaching, I didn't know how to do it yet. So why would I start getting into it? You know.
Mhm.
And another one is just Bike Race 4, the ultra shortcut. Like,
Mm,
um, I know that one is super risky to go for when you're just starting out. And it took me a long time to get comfortable with that skip.
right.
Um, so she spent a long time trying to practice with the trick, but presumably she's not going to do it in a run. That sort of stuff is a little bit. I need to come into coaching, knowing a little bit better what I need to skip and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, if
Went a little bit too hard.
yeah, if anything, what you've already talked about in terms of your approach to coaching about focusing more on like not gameplay right away, but rather like the concepts and ideas of the run, and not really concepts, but just like knowing the routing. I don't know what you said exactly. You basically mentioned how like you just didn't have her play the game for like your first coaching session, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I went over the entire route, but there's definitely some things that I emphasized in particular because, of course, 3 hours of yapping with very little practice interaction, you don't expect her to remember everything.
Right.
So I just made sure to emphasize some of the big things like getting the cherries,
Mm-hmm.
and the other fruits and vegetable, um, and buying the honey, butter, and egg.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but the thing that try to emphasize the most is really trying to make sure that she deals with mistakes. And that's something that I spent a lot of time on
Yeah.
during the coaching session. Like, I think the first half hour to hour was just about making sure your mindset is right, and also just a couple of tricks like when you know you're going to fail a mission, just reset immediately.
Right.
When you don't know where to go, just look at the map. When you don't trust the route on the splits, just follow an exclamation point on the map. Um, just stuff like that.
Yeah, I think because of the limited amount of time that I had with Yoru and that she had with the game, for on my end, it was kind of just like the opposite approach, where we went straight into gameplay. Sorry, people are making comments about the Heisenberg hat, so I was just laughing about that. Um,
Yeah, I saw.
um, but I guess like to not take from you, but to learn from your coaching style. I guess next time I should have like a more of like a notes taking part of coaching, and then we get into gameplay after that one. Um,
Yeah. I'm
yeah.
I'm thinking like if my general strategy were to change, like I think that first coaching session I would kind of like um the basically lecture bit of it I would keep shorter and then try to go through a full run together with them while they play. It
Right.
would obviously be a very, very long coaching session, but
Mm,
I internalizing it immediately. That's going to be the strongest approach by far to learn, even though it's going to be one very hard session.
right. And coming up, Yoru is finally out of Coyote season, the longest chapter in the game. So from here on out, not too much that she has to really. I think, like you mentioned, a lot of the big time loss is behind her at this point. From here on out, the game is pretty straightforward. The only mission I'm kind of worried about is Stomping 1. So we'll see how that goes. But Noelle, obviously taking the safe route. This is exactly what I taught Yoru as well. For
Mm.
example,
I
yeah,
I did actually try to get her to do the gulch jump, and she just kind of refused.
smart.
Um,
I'm glad she did that.
which, yeah, I think that's a smart decision on her end. That's the thing. Like a couple of these things, I think Noel had a better estimation on what would be too hard than I did, and that's definitely one of
hmm
them.
Yeah, I had in my notes I had put down glow. Oh, and she did end up messing the log jump up. I see that now. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh, Yoru's at 96. Let's see if she's gonna be able to exit the milk bar safely. She needs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, she doesn't
Oh no, 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 no,
realize.
no, no, no.
Unless she does realize. Oh, she has 50 points. Never mind. Oh wait, no. Okay, okay. So she had thrown one more glass, and I guess it got thrown back or something. Would be my guess. I'll have to look back to even understand what just happened.
Yeah.
But
She,
clearly it worked.
saved it.
She made it through, so that's all that matters. I thought she totally just messed up. Yeah, in my notes for items for Joey, I had just put down Glow because Glow doesn't do any risky strats or anything when it comes to items for Joey. And what I've noticed because of that is that he doesn't really lose that much time as well. Like it's a very small amount of time that you're actually saving compared to just playing it safe.
Yeah. One thing I'm not sure about with the safe route is if it's actually faster to go over the gate with the bridge on the left side of Dancree Pond, or if it's better to get the gate at the Grizzly Gulch bridge.
Yeah, that much I don't really know because obviously the way that we save time with the new route is obviously with the super jumps, but also being able to skip the gates. Most importantly, just not having to open the gate at all. So that's something we'd have to figure out at a different point. We do have Bike Race 4 coming up for Noelle. Obviously, she's not going to go for the strategy, but anything's possible. maybe
She might go for the jump at the start. I don't
Mhm.
think she's going to try a super jump. I think she's just going to try to crash immediately.
Yeah, that's one of the things I taught Yoru as well. Is just going for that immediate crash if possible. So we'll see. She opts not to.
Oh,
Yeah,
she doesn't.
I think because of the
That
pace
surprises
she.
me.
Yeah.
We went over that again today, and one thing she noticed is that she's just struggling with the stamina usage on Bike Race 4. Obviously, that's in trying ILs where you don't have the pink bike.
Right.
But she at the time said that she thought it was worth it to go for that trick, just because it saves a lot of stamina.
Mm-hmm.
Because going up that first hill, that costs a lot.
Right. One thing that I just realized, I don't think either runner has actually has had to restart a mission up until this point. Which
Yeah,
obviously you
sure.
mentioned with Peck flying or chicken launch, that Noelle was having a hard time with that one. And I think that's kind of important to note. As I want to say 2 to 3 years ago, there was a chance that I'd mess up chicken launch myself and then restart it in a run. And the fact that two people that just learned this game a week ago or just this past week have not messed up a single mission is pretty remarkable, as I think a lot of people when they first start out in this game have a hard time actually passing the missions. Now, with that in mind, we do have Veggie Defense 3, which has the most likelihood of either runner actually failing. But until we get there, I think not failing a mission up until that point is still pretty remarkable. And I just thought about that as that bike race is going on. I'm like, wow, neither runner has actually done that. So that's really impressive.
I was gonna tell Yoru's chat that she's doing great because she looks unhappy.
Yeah, I should probably do the same. I'll just up carrot. I don't know if she asked how she's doing in the race or not. It looks like she might have said that. Yeah, she's not going to go for the reverse log jump. Good, okay. I was a little worried that she was going to go for it there, but I'm glad that she opted not to. All right, and it looks like Noelle did not pick up a flower. I don't know if you taught her to do that or not.
I did.
Okay, yeah. She did
She's doing it
remember.
afterwards, apparently.
There you go. Works the same. So long as she does it, that's all that matters.
Yeah, it's another one of those things that I kind of left up to her because she knows how to do animation skips. So it's not a big deal here if you don't get the flower. It just makes the remaining animation skips harder.
Right.
And will probably cost a couple of seconds, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think one thing to note is that the very, very start of the run when they pick up the rock, I don't think either of them pulled off the animation skip. I think Yoru went for it, but didn't get the timing right, if I'm not
Well, deciding
mistaken.
to walk for the last one.
It's a decision, you know,
Yeah,
safe
well,
option.
it is a thing. I'm not sure that I actually discussed this with her. I might have, but I pointed out that because or at least I thought about the fact that because she has the tendency for very short distances, especially around the Barnyard area,
Mm-hmm.
to just not use the bike
Mm-hmm.
and just walk over the Barnyard. But um, I think that might, in her case, actually be worth it for the sheer reason that she's generally pretty bad at deciding where to park the bike or pulling
Right.
off where they want it, where she wants it.
Yeah. I mean,
Uh,
the theory that 67 came up with, of course. Actually, let's just see how she does on this chicken launch before I talk about it, because this is the hardest one, and she's already taken some wide angles.
yeah, she got past the tractor at least, which I think is the most common place to crash here
Right, right.
because the hitbox for it is terrible.
Let's see. Does she? Yep, she goes for the 67 strat there. Nice. Yep. So she did not mess up a single chicken launch, which is really important, as you mentioned. But as I was talking about before, the theory that like 67 has is that like the more time on the bike, the better. I think when you're starting out though, that's kind of a hard concept to understand when you're not that good at like pointing the bike in the direction you want it to be pointed in. And I don't know if you went into like how to turn the bike around quickly with Noel in terms of like using page up and then like turning around. That was something I mentioned with Yoru, but I didn't put too much emphasis on it simply because obviously it's a harder tech to get down consistently. But
Yeah, I did want her to get the turning the bike around quickly break down. Maybe I've been like kind of underestimating how hard it is, especially for
mhm,
her. As I mentioned previously, she kind of struggles with the right hand control steering the bike.
right.
In my experience, that part is just super easy. I got that down super quick compared to many other tricks that other people found easier.
Hmm.
Um, But yeah, it's kind of a question how much it actually ends up mattering if the position where she puts her bike is generally just not as close as she would want it.
Yeah, I think in her case at this moment, the way she's been like utilizing parking the bike has actually been pretty smart, honestly. I think I like that playstyle better for a beginner than emphasizing that you have to have the bike as close as possible to each and every like mission. Um,
Yeah,
I I think ultimately it's gonna end up saving her time until she gets like more comfortable with bike movement in general, because that is one thing when it came to the bike was explaining how to like have your hands set up on the keyboard. Um, I'm fortunate enough to have like long fingers, so I can kind of like stretch across the keyboard if needed. For example, if I really need to, I'll use my left thumb to press the I key to put away like the metal detector if I need to. And that's just you have to get comfortable to do that stretch. And when it came to like the bike controls, like having your hands positioned in a way that makes it easier to like use your right hand for the controls is really like one of the biggest like learning curves of this game. Um, so the fact that Noelle knows that she's not going to be as good as she wants to be with that and opts to just choose a safer bike placement is really just a good sign of the kind of the skill that she has at this game and how well she's been able to improve.
yeah. I just want to point out in case of Noelle's run, because I previously said she was about 7 minutes ahead of PB.
Mm,
In her PB, she failed bike race 4, and she did it well here. She's
yeah.
now about 10 minutes ahead of PB.
Wow. And you said what, a 36? So yeah,
Yeah.
looking like my prediction is getting a little closer to reality, hopefully. Um, wow, that's impressive. Like 10 minutes ahead of PB is just a lot of improvement. I mean, wow. Yeah. I don't have much else to say. Like I'm really impressed because like I know how hard it is to like when you're first starting out in this game. Like I remember starting out and it being just like really it felt like it was a lot simply because like of the amount of time it takes to complete the game. Luckily she remembers to go to sleep there to do Joyride 4. That would have been bad if she went for Veggie Patch, but I'm sure the splits kind of swayed her in the right direction.
Yeah, well, that does kind of go back into what I mentioned about the first coaching session. She she knows that if she doesn't know where to go, she just has to make a decision.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, she seemed to just be confident in remembering that she had to do Joyride first, which is good.
That is
But
good.
I
Yeah,
would not have been mad at all if she just went for Veggie Patch. That would have been a very smart decision if she wasn't confident.
exactly. It's like a 40-second loss, I think, or something like that. So it's not like the worst possible thing that could happen with the lead that she has right now, but it's good that she did end up figuring out that she needs to go to sleep almost like not immediately, but she did take an extra second to make sure that she got that.
Yeah.
Joyride 4, one of those Joyride missions that, I mean, all the Joyrides are pretty straightforward. It's just, you don't have a lot of time to save. It's just about not losing too much time. So she does take a risky line there, but she's able to get past it. And Yoru is slowly but surely getting through Gulf 4 right now as well. We'll see if she's able to pull off the back nine as well as she did in Gulf 2, if not better. I'm just hoping that she's able to get through 13 cleanly more than anything else, as the other holes do give you enough time, but 13 is a pretty tight window to complete. But it seems
For
as...
those who don't know in chat, I get the impression there's a couple of people, especially from the Welsh community here. So Yoru is currently at goal 4, which is probably one of the most stressful missions in the game because it's the only one where you have to do the full 18. All the 18 holes, and it's a very, very long split with no break in between.
Yeah, it is. It is the longest split in the game, which just, and it's that paired with golf, which, as we all know, is very, very hard, and it causes for a very high stress moment in the run itself. Usually, I'd say that this is like the make or break mission in terms of my runs. Every mission at this point is a make or break, but this one especially is the biggest hurdle that you have to get over, I think, for not even just me, but all runners. But if you're able to save a good amount of time on this one, then the rest of the game is not too difficult, I'd say. It's just a matter of being able to control your nerves in some high pressure situations.
Absolutely. I get the... Didn't watch every second of it, but I don't think Noel crashed a single time, which
Yeah,
is
yeah.
Incredible.
That was really clean driving. I had almost no notes about it as I was watching it. Like, that was just really impressive. Let's see if Yoru is able to pull off hole 11 cleanly here. She is putting a lot of emphasis about where the ball lands. She got it perfect first try.
Ooh,
That's a really
very good.
ideal hole 11. Great job on her part there. Well, Grizz, it's a great that you asked that because we might be doing another beginner race at another point. Probably with more people from the speedrunning community as a whole rather than people that aren't into speedrunning for the next time that we do it. But in terms of you know, beginner races, I think me and Erratix we had a great experience teaching people this game and figuring out what we can do better for the next time, really. And hopefully if we're able to get participants, then we'd love to do another one of these, I'm sure.
Absolutely.
So
Noel's
yeah.
now on one of those scary missions.
Oh yeah.
Got hit with the tomato pretty early, but luckily no tomato loop.
Yeah, always a little scary when that happens. We'll see if she's able to stay alive for the rest of this mission. Usually when you lose one on the first round of hostile raccoons, it's a little scary.
Yeah, just for the people in chat, the veggie defense mission, the first two versions of it are pretty easy. But in the third one, the raccoons that spawn in the corner will throw tomatoes at quite a fast rate, and getting hit by one will stun you. So you can get stuck in a loop where you don't really. She's playing. She is having a hard time.
Oh man.
You can
yeah.
get stuck in a loop sometimes where you're not able to escape anymore. You can constantly get hit by tomatoes until you're down to 0 life. At which
Hopefully,
point you have to restart the mission, which is a huge time cost.
if you die at the very end, it's about a 3-minute time loss. Just to keep that in mind. And as she is 10 minutes ahead of her PB, a loss on this mission can really hurt her run. And I was gonna mention as you're talking, oh boy. Ooh.
No. Come on. I
So
believe in you.
long, even if she does fail here, she still will be in the lead. The question is, can she stay in this run mentally after this happens? Because that can be the downfall of a run, is letting yourself get in your head. So she does have to get through one more hostile round. And it's going to be pretty tense as she's at 1 life. If she does happen to fail this mission here, that's going to be a very costly mistake. Doesn't really give Yoru a real crack in the door, but it does at least give her somewhat of a chance. So
Well, yeah,
we'll
I mean,
see.
crazily enough for Noelle, even if she fails this mission, she might still be on a pace for a 330, which, yeah, we know would be quite
Oh
incredible.
no!
Oh, when she's not restarting from the menu.
That's gonna cost some time.
Just keep going.
Shit. That goes to show one small mistake in this veggie patch can really just end up costing you a lot of time. So long as she gets through this first level without taking a life, I think she'll be fine. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Like I said, doesn't really give Yoru like a huge chance. Gives her a slight chance, but Noelle would probably have to finish or fail this mission like 3 to 4 more times for Yoru to have a real chance, which obviously when you're on such a good pace, no one wants to root for someone to fail a mission like that.
No, absolutely. Yeah, even though I'm, of course, rooting for Noelle the most, I've been coaching her. I, of course, want Yori to have a good run as well. I want them both to have as good runs as possible.
And if you do remember, do you know what Noelle's first like PB was in this game?
I think it was a 406.
Okay. So I'd say that Yoru's
Yeah,
on a similar pace.
it was a 401.
401, okay. If you do have access to that video, I do wonder where Yoru is in comparison.
I do not have a video for it,
okay.
unfortunately.
No worries. All right.
The 346 she streamed and the 336 she has an unlisted video for, which she sent to me.
There we go. She got through the hostile raccoons a lot cleaner this time. She should only be dealing with one more round of them, and then she should be fine for the rest of the mission. So, good recovery, at least. This is an important... If she does decide to continue running this game, this will be a very important part of the run for her to just, like, keep in her mind, knowledge-wise. As we all know that this mission is arguably the hardest timed mission there is. That's not, I would say, Joyride 5, and even that one's not that difficult. So yeah, she will be able to
quickly drop shout outs for both of these streamers in chat.
Oh, absolutely.
One at a time.
Yeah, she will be able to finally get out of this mission. It is an unfortunate almost 2.5 to 3 minute time loss though. So that is going to be pretty costly. So long as she's able to mentally stay in the run, she should be fine to get a sub 330, most importantly. Yoru able to get hole 17 pretty cleanly as well. We have obviously shifted our attention to Noelle, as a death in that mission is really, really just terrible. But luckily she was able to bounce back.
Haven't exactly been paying attention to every second, but every time I glanced over, she seemed to be doing really well. I think she's having a pretty good goal floor here, honestly.
Yeah, it seems like it. I can actually put on her audio, see what pace she's at.
Cuatro.
Yeah, it seems like she's at a pretty decent pace at the moment. In terms of the song alone, if I were to guess, she's probably at like a 10 to 11 minutes full 18 in terms of the IL. Yeah, she's not really remembering the lineup that I told her in practice for the loop throw. And that's partially because our last practice was unrecorded and not streamed, of course. So I should have made a video explaining how to do it quickly for her, but oh well.
You're unfortunately finding out that the ball can exit the loop on the right side, on the front
Yeah.
side.
That is not a problem. I think she had that problem maybe once in our practice, but it's not one that I really had to. I felt like I had to explain too much, but unfortunately, that did cost her some time.
And Noelle going to another difficult mission. I think she is going to try to do the gulch jump probably,
Nice.
which she couldn't get 100% of the time. So we're hoping she doesn't have to take too many attempts for it.
Stamina's not looking good though right now.
Yeah, that's true.
I think she was holding it a good bit while getting to the Izzy Springs. Yoru finally getting out of Golf 4 though, thankfully. If she's
Yeah, that
able
was a
to,
good goal for her with that. He's out of the most intense mission of the game.
yeah, easily. If she's able to keep this a good pace going, she should be able to still get the sub 4. It seems like she's still on a pretty decent pace. She's just trying to remember where to go is the only problem. But that golf alone should probably put her in a good spot compared to my my 354. So I'll check what pace she's at in comparison to my first ever run. So she's still a good bit behind it, about 6 minutes, which puts her at about like a 4-hour pace. But we will see.
Oh no,
Oh,
Noelle really
Noelle.
struggling with my Grace 5.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now. Oh, gets the
Okay,
super
she got
jump.
it.
Nice.
I gotta say, I told her to just kind of spam space and control there.
It works out. I mean, clearly it worked out for her, so it's good that she was
And
able to
she's,
get that.
comfortably ahead of Eddie, so no risk from that she's going to fail the mission. Of course, with bike race 5, there is room to make a mistake near the end. She would not be the first to fail it right at the end, but I'm confident she'll do it pretty well here.
No idea who you're talking about. Oh yeah,
Hey,
we'll see.
you're not the only one either.
Oh, that's true, I guess, yeah.
I was speaking from just as much experience.
Oh, okay, yeah. It's happened to both commentators, most importantly. Both coaches. That's
Yeah.
really where a lot of our coaching, that's why we're coaching in the first place, is our experience with, messing up stuff within this game and the amount of like effort and time it's taken to like truly get good. And I think in terms of our knowledge, knowledge really just comes from making mistakes. So luckily Noelle's able to complete Bikers 5 cleanly. And it looks like
Yeah,
Hyoru's taken a completely different route than what I taught her. I don't know where she's going. She doesn't know where she's going.
Noelle's about 8 minutes ahead of PB now.
Okay, still on a really good pace though.
Yeah, still easily on a sub 330 pace, which I think that's probably what she wants to be going for at this point. That would be a very impressive feat after 1 week.
Looks like she's gonna go for the bike race 4 movement, or she's very confused. But I think she knows that she can go this way. I just did not teach her to go through this gate. If she knows how to get through the gates.
You're allowed to tell her to open the gate in chat if you want.
I'll give her a second. Nope, she's definitely reading chat. I'll just say it.
That might be true, Gris. Although I think Noelle like specifically said she didn't really enjoy streaming Barnyard. She seems to be enjoying playing it offline a lot more, which I cannot remotely relate to.
Neither can I. Seems to be how it is for a lot of people in this game, is that they, or at least for 67's case, he doesn't enjoy streaming as much as he enjoys just like simply playing the game, which just comes down to your preference. I know there's
Yeah.
in terms of Lego Star Wars, there's a high level runner that doesn't really, oh, she ran over the water can. There's a high level runner that quit streaming, but ended up still playing the game just like in the shadows, basically, and is still like a high level runner. So that is the problem with going from Ben's Hill gate, is that the items just simply don't want to be picked up that easily from that side. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the property of like. I don't know why it works for some, or it doesn't work for the umbrella and the watering can, but it works for the others. It's a very weird mechanic. I don't know why
Yeah.
the game decides to do that, but she's having a hard time understanding that.
Yeah, I've always had plenty of time lost in this mission just because of the can and the umbrella.
Yeah. And that's why you always opt to
You're
go for the other pathway.
You're being embarrassed that she fell backwards, but that might actually be a decently fast way to get down there.
Yep. And Noel is already on to Golf 5. Wow. Time has flown by. That is insane.
Absolutely insane.
After this point, she only has 7 missions left in the game. Just as a quick note. Get me to 1K followers, Grizz, and you'll see Star Wars.
And I'll do the shout out for Yoru now, as I already did the one for Noel earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Go follow these 2 people. They're cool. I like them.
They're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Alright, she is finally going to get done with items for Joey after struggling to find where the items actually were. Which moves us
The
on to...
Easter egg immediately followed Yoru.
Yeah. Which moves us on to Joyride 3 for Yoru, which she actually, when it came to the Joyrides, she impressed me with how well she was able to handle the car itself, just based off the idea that I told her not to hold W the entire time, and she was kind of able to understand that like almost immediately, which is really cool. So we'll see how she's able to handle it at this moment.
Yeah, with Noelle, I've been pretty worried about her joyrides. Honestly, like I don't think I've seen her fail a joyride once, but it's been close a couple of times.
Right.
And she did mention that she, like I mentioned before, she has a weird hand position where she uses the right hand only for braking and the left for W and steering.
Right.
But she started doing that because she noticed that only letting go of W every now and then, that felt like it wasn't enough for her to get safe turns everywhere.
Right.
The braking seems to be paying off for her because I think the joyrides have been going pretty well for her.
Yeah, when it comes to like when it comes to the joyrides as a beginner, the main idea that you have to keep in mind is that you just have to beat the Jersey cows. That's it doesn't matter how poorly you do what's it called? How poorly you drive so long as you beat them. And I think when it comes to starting out as a beginner, that's all that you really have to emphasize is making sure that like one, your driving is clean, yes, but two, you also don't want to you don't want to fail the mission, otherwise you're gonna have to do the mission over. And Yoru's taken
Yeah,
that, like
exactly.
for example, she took that corner very, very safely, and ended up braking well before she even had to there. So, yeah.
yeah, Yoru seems to be doing well here. Honestly, the past couple of splits, apart from maybe items for Joey, seem to be going pretty well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if there's one thing that she definitely got better at, it's the she's taking that very, very slow going up that hill. Um, but she definitely improved a good bit at golf. I would say for sure. It's very impressive that she was able to do that because beyond our coaching, I don't know that she has been practicing the mini games too much, but I know that's what she's been putting a lot of emphasis on in terms of her practice. As you can see, like she doesn't know where to go in the map at certain points, and that's really what costed her a lot of time in this entire run. Aside from the RNG aspect of Noelle.
Yeah. One thing that impressed me about Noelle, by the way, that he didn't pay enough attention during this run to see if she did it, but in I didn't go over Joyrides very in depth with her, especially not like the routing for the specific Joyride missions.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but the part where you go uphill directly into a right turn before the airplane that you see on the side,
Oh, right.
um, she actually just by herself decided to come at that pretty quickly, but turn right before she would go a little bit into the air,
Oh,
which
wow.
is a very consistent way to take that corner very cleanly. I was
Yeah.
pretty impressed that she managed to do that when I saw her in the runs that she sent me.
Yeah, that is actually pretty remarkable. Because that's a strat that obviously I do in my runs. So the fact that she's able to pull it off without you even having to mention it in the first place is pretty remarkable. That's definitely like that shows that she has a good understanding of just how the mechanics work, even if she did it accidentally. Like at the very least, like it shows that it kind of comes to her naturally, if anything. And it's the same thing with the
Yeah.
super jumps that I talked about with Yoru. Like when she did that super jump, like all I mentioned was that right control is also the other jump, and then she instantly did it. Like it's crazy how like quickly certain things get picked up, and then other things take a while to like understand.
Yeah. Let's see if Noel can get my internalize my one and only tip for this minigame,
Don't fall
which is
asleep.
of course exactly.
All right, I think Yoru is gonna end up going for the Bike Race 4 super shortcut. So let's see if she does. Yep, she did the safe strat. Okay. Oh, she's just turning the wrong direction. Okay, yeah, she gave up. She's like, I don't remember. I don't want to bother. Yeah.
That's a fair enough way to recover. I just hope she's able to catch up to the Jersey cows, which I think she probably will be able to, but
She definitely will.
she
Yeah.
she got a little bit far behind.
Yeah, you do end up
Mm.
losing a lot of spots, but at the very least, like I mentioned, it is a kids game, so they do give you a fair shot at actually catching up. I think once she gets to Grizzly Gulch, that's really when she'll be able to catch up. But she is running a little low on stamina. I don't know. I hope she doesn't go for what I told her to. Okay, good. I told her that you could like barely cross the line and then go for the respawn on the bridge again, but if you go past a certain point, it won't work because you hit like a checkpoint that respawns you at that specific checkpoint. So luckily she didn't go for it. I do admire the fact that she tried to go for it, but obviously it wasn't going to work out already, and we unfortunately will not see any sub threes today. Definitely expected that to happen.
Yeah, I'm mostly just very impressed that she in the middle of all the stress of the run has the insight to see when something doesn't work and that she still has the time to go for the other strategy.
Right.
Which, just within the stress of a run, especially during your first few runs, that's just very very hard.
Yeah,
I don't think
absolutely.
that's not a skill to be underestimated.
Assessing when to take a risk and when to play it safe is definitely a strat that speedrunners really have to hone in on, as that's really what makes or breaks a run. And especially when it comes to people that are just brand new to speedrunning. That is a really hard thing to really pick up on. So it's great that she was able to remember that in the heat of battle, as I did basically offhandedly like mention it to her, that like if you do mess it up, just play it normally. So it's good that she at least kept that in her mind. Would have been
Noelle
cool to
almost
see
parked the
her.
car.
Yeah, would have been able to see her like pull it off. She's forgetting which flower to pick up. There we go. It's nice that she was able to remember it though. All right, so long as she remembers where these holes are, she should be fine. Forgot to mention to her that you do have to have the hole in front of you as well, to actually
Yeah,
plug the hole.
I did have to mention that to Noelle at some point that for pretty much all animation skips, you need to stand in front of the object that
Right.
you're picking up or stomping. Because that's something that I forget about, but beginners always do that wrong. They stand on top of the thing they want to pick up.
Mm-hmm. To answer your question,
Uh,
Mario fan, Noelle is in the lead with a very demanding, like 25-minute difference right now. And luckily,
yeah, and
she's leaving Joy
despite the
behind.
fact despite the fact that Yoru is obviously very far behind, I don't think we gotta minimize how relatively well she's playing for how little time she's had this week, and what skills she is showing off that she's doing really well. Specifically, like some of the biking tricks that she's doing pretty well. The Golf 4 went really well.
Mm-hmm.
That's nothing to be scoffed at. She's doing really well.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think in total we had like about 10 to 11 hours in total meeting this week, which I'm sure Noel at least doubled that time just by playing the game alone. Um,
Yeah, for the actual time for meetings, I'm not sure that we actually exceeded 10 hours at all.
mhm,
But it's just like I got to give her a lot of direction on what she um, can practice and what she can improve from runs that she actually did.
right.
And she took the time to actually practice way more than I even expected her to.
Hmm. Oh,
Yoru is really stressing out at Chicken Launcher, but no crash so far.
knock on wood. Looks like she should be
Yeah,
fine.
yeah. Hardest part is over. It's always the tractor is the by far the most common place to crash.
Okay, the
For the
tunnel.
sheer reason that the hitbox for it is nonsense.
Yeah, that tunnel kind of scared me for a second, but we're good. So far the only mission that got messed up was Veggie Patch 3, and I don't think, I hope that Yoru doesn't mess it up, but obviously it is very possible that that can happen. Noelle now entering the final golf though, which is, she's on such a good pace, it's insane. I think my prediction is probably going to be pretty close, uh, of being a 324XX, but at this point it might most likely be a 326. But we'll see how she's able to perform in this golf. That's kind of what's going to dictate the rest of it. The problem is that there's a lot of RNG that goes into the last two missions of this run, so it's a little hard to know for sure if she's going to be able to save the time in those missions, based off the fact that cow tipping and coyote showdown take a lot of understanding and knowledge to really get good at, and it takes a lot of experience just playing those missions over and over again to get it down.
Yeah, absolutely.
But she got hole 11 cleanly. I guess at this point, it would be a great time to ask my final question of, did you have fun?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I must say the coaching and thinking about the race has kind of consumed my thought process for the entire week.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the actual coaching itself has been very intense, very exhausting, but I enjoyed it very much. and especially seeing Noelle improve over the course of the week, it's just very, very rewarding. It's just surprising, like how proud you can kind of feel just over the process of something as silly as teaching someone to speedrun Barnyard.
Right. And that's kind of the
Yeah,
beauty of speedrunning is that not even just this game, but every game ever, there's always a learning curve to it, and it's really just she almost got the glow soft lock there. That could have been really bad, where the ball falls through the map, but it didn't happen, so we're good.
I did not know there was a soft lock there. I did
There
not,
is one, yeah.
I did not teach Noelle about that.
I'll send you the clip. What's it called? Yeah, but with any game, no matter how silly it is, there's always going to be a certain level of understanding that it takes to be like the best at it. And when it comes to this game, it's a lot of the same repetitive missions throughout the entire game, and obviously it's a matter of being consistent at those missions, consistently good at those missions, most importantly. But there's also a lot of other missions that really get looked over because of just how simple of a mission it actually is. But the little things, I don't think she's leaving at the right time. Oh no. I think Yoru just left too early.
Oh no.
Yep, she did.
Oh, that's very unfortunate.
She hesitated for a second. It looked like she understood that she was leaving too early. Oh well. It is what it is. Anyways, back to what I was saying though. Yeah, like when it comes to coaching someone about a speedrun, it's very, very difficult to really like put into words just like how to simplify it and make it understandable without the person having the knowledge of the game already. And I think that's kind of the fun of coaching someone in this game is that there's so many different things that that we both had to think about in terms of what was worth bringing up in terms of good knowledge to have when going into a run of this game. And I think this week kind of showed me just like where my faults are as a coach. I feel like it not only was it just the fact that we didn't have too much time to meet and she didn't have a lot of time to play the game, but it was also like, what can I explain better the next time I get to coach somebody? And the way that I approach it. So yeah, it's been very interesting. I had a lot of fun, so coaching people is freaking hard, as Demi says in chat.
Yep,
So
absolutely. Newfound respect for teachers.
it's insane. Yeah. Speedrunning's hard, man. I don't have
It
much
is.
else to say. Speedrunning is a hard task, and when you do it for as long as this game asks you to do it, it definitely makes it feel a lot harder than it should be, or than it feels it should be at least. But that's kind of the joys of speedrunning. I hope Noel's able to get hole 17. There we go. Okay.
Perfect timing.
You always got to mention it.
Yeah.
All right, and we're gonna see if Yoru actually leaves at the right time, which it's funny because she has the only worry that she had to have, not only worry, but now she has to worry about leaving at the right time. Let's make sure. Okay, she got the dancing animation. She's just gonna not leave early, which I honestly kind of respect that move. But Eddie was the only one that scored on that one, so she didn't have to worry about the score aspect, luckily.
Thank you, Redays.
Yeah, I appreciate it very much. And I will say, I think in terms of commentary, in terms of just this stream, I think wow, that was something I've never seen. What the fuck?
Did these like clip through the top side of the loop? I don't
Yeah,
understand what happened there.
I think that's just what happened. I don't care about cursing anymore. I don't know why I cared about it earlier, but that was wow, that was something I've never seen. I hope someone clips it. Ooh, I hope she's able to get out of 18 without any issues. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that before. That was really interesting. I forget what I was talking about. But I'd say in terms of commentary, I think we've been doing a good job as well. I hope the commentary has been enjoyable from a viewer standpoint. I think the time I was by myself for the race for you against 67, it was like I kept repeating the same thing over and over again. And that's because I was just so nervous because I'd never done something like this before.
It also helps in this case that we have a lot to talk about because we finally get to share our experiences with each other of the coaching.
Right.
Which
Here, I'm gonna send you the link to the glow clip because it's pretty funny.
right, I think I will watch that after the race is over if you don't mind.
Just so I don't forget about it. Which now that I'm trying to think what holes can we soft lock on now? We have hole 12, 13, 14, 15 from what you mentioned, and 18.
Yeah.
So there's a total of what, 5 now that we have to worry about?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, try not to collect them all.
Yeah.
And thank you very much, Party Turtle. Face schildpad.
Ilped.
Face ilpad.
Now we're moving on to the final timed mission on Noel's screen, thankfully. And Grizz also sent a clip of what happened to Noel, so we'll have to check that out afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, like, this is not the first time we've seen very, very weird behavior on that loop on hole 18. I think we still have a clip of me throwing it in such a way that it seemed to bounce on the ground after the loop and then get back or something.
Yeah. I know, I remember what you're talking about. I think it was up on like the side of the loop or something like that, and then like I think it hit like the truck or something and then bounced back. I couldn't tell you for sure, but it was a very weird interaction, that's for sure.
Yoro managed to beat her joyride. I saw it was pretty close at some point, but I think she just took everything pretty safe and got it cleanly by the end.
Yeah. And now she moves on to the scariest mission in the game. Hopefully she doesn't have a fail here. So long as she remembers that they are very aggressive at the start of the mission, I think she should be fine. So we'll see how this goes. But yeah, Noel, only 3 missions after this this mission, and that will be time after that point. So at this point, I think now would be a great time if you want to predict what time you think she's going to end up getting.
I'm so bad at predicting this stuff, but anywhere around like 3:25 seems doable as far as I can guess her pace.
If I were to assume, I think it got bumped up an extra minute from my latest prediction. So I think it's gonna, if I were to like give a hard nose guess, it's gonna be like a 3:27:39 is my assumption.
Okay.
I think that's my bet.
Well, I trust your prediction a lot more than mine.
We'll see how it goes. If I'm right, that would be just absolutely insane.
I have no idea if Yoru and Noel have been glancing at the others run at all, so I don't know if they know how they're comparing to each other right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Noel's chance of getting into the top 10 is very very likely though. Forget what your name is. Talking dog. But yeah, sorry, I forget what you were talking about. Yeah, I doubt that Noel's really been looking away from the game pretty much at all, if I were to guess.
Yeah.
Just for the fact that she's been in such a huge lead like this entire time that I doubt she's been wanting to like even think about what kind of pace Yoru is on. All
Oh man,
right.
I'm getting nervous for the last few minutes or for the last few missions, and I'm not even playing.
We'll see how it
It's
goes.
like it's kind of surprising, because I've invested a whole week into trying to get Noel up as well as possible. I
Mhm.
think I was more nervous for this race than I was for my own against 67.
Right.
Uh, even though I'm not playing, but it's just I'm so invested now in seeing Noel do well, and very happy she's pulling it off
Yeah, as we
up until at
were
least the last few missions.
as I was as my stream was on the oh by the way, no Yoru has not even lost a life on this mission. So like she's just she's just doing so well at squirting. Wow, that's insane. Uh I think she like did exactly what she just did. I think she's been able to just like cleanly get every single raccoon each time. That's really impressive considering what happened with Noelle. Um but what was I going to talk about? When I was on the starting stream screen like right after I started my stream and was like getting ready to get ready for this race, I was kind of thinking like I'm weirdly nervous about this and like I think part of it is the fact that I do up the production value a little bit when it comes to these races because I do think they deserve uh, a level of respect that my streams normally don't have. Just for the sake of the fact that so many people have dedicated their time and their energy into getting better at this game. And I think it deserves a lot of respect in terms of the stream layout, in terms of talking about each runner and their experience, as well as you as a coach. I think everyone deserves a level of respect for getting into such a, in my opinion, difficult game in terms of just mental endurance and being able to stay at your desk for a period of time.
Yeah,
And
I'm.
yeah.
We all really appreciate the effort you're putting into like just growing the community in general, but also just the effort for these for hosting these races.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the layout fantastic. We've
Thank.
seen it during previous races, of course, and I was very impressed when I first saw it. Honestly,
Yeah, as I mean honestly, like the amount of time it took to like make this last night was like less than an hour. I think it took me like 40 minutes to do this, where it like initially took me like 2 hours to make this for the first race. So I've definitely gotten better. I've refined my craft. I feel like in terms of commentary as well, just knowing what to talk about during certain moments, it's been a really enjoyable race to what's it called to commentate because of the solely off the fact that we both have a lot to talk about in terms of both of these runners, but also being able to share like our knowledge of the run itself and just being able to predict what's going to happen with each runner. It's really it's awesome that like everyone has been able to do this today. It's making me proud, man. I'm very proud of this community. We've worked really hard to get to this point. So I'm glad that people have respect, and we're gonna see how Yoru does with this skip if she goes for it. Yeah, this was one that she was having a lot of difficulty with in practice. So she messes it up the first time, definitely getting a lot more speed than she needs, but she got it. Perfect. Okay, good. Second
got it.
try. Got that faster than Noelle, I think. So that's
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. I mean that's pretty notable that Yoro seems to be a little bit better at controlling the bike for the most part
Hmm.
uh, than Noel.
At least within the bike
Um,
races.
Yeah, well, not just that, like also she gets the log jump
Right.
more consistently, which is often a big choking point for beginning runners,
Oh
and
my
something that
god.
Noel has really.
She got the
What?
jump too.
Holy shit!
Hey, man. Hey, I wonder who coached her. I wonder who coached her.
That's incredible.
Oh, that no, I'm gonna send a message for that one. Yep. Yep. I wonder who coached her. Uh,
Yeah, Yoru, despite the fact that she's clearly behind, she's having still a really impressive run in many aspects.
oh, absolutely.
I'm very impressed.
Hmm. Did you also teach her to leave the save file as well, upcoming after this mission?
Yes, I even
Okay.
taught her to jump to avoid the yawn animation.
Oh yeah, I taught Yoru actually DM'd me before the race today about like how to do it, and I'm like, I think she thought you could do it every single time, which that would be cool if that was like a thing that's possible from like the sleep animation itself, but I had to explain that like it only happens on the very, very last mission.
Yeah,
All
it's
right.
just the side effect of buffering from a loading screen.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of buffering, one thing that I noticed that Yoru's been doing that I try to really emphasize Noel not to do, just because I've had bad experience with it once, is when you exit a mission, people have a tendency to try to mash the space button,
Right.
and then you come into dialogue and you have that weird jumping animation. And I really try to emphasize that Noel doesn't do that because that can sometimes, of course, cause the jumping to be broken, which I've had once where I needed to go to Gopher Hill.
Right. Yeah. She actually, that's the other thing. So she mentioned that she was spamming space at certain points. And I noticed throughout like our practice as well, she was also doing that. Um, and yeah, I guess it's become a habit for her to press space throughout, which might have cost her some time. But at the very least, it doesn't seem like it's been like too much of a factor. But
Yeah,
yeah,
hasn't
but
hasn't cost her so far.
luckily. So
And I think I'm
now,
gonna pay full attention to Noelle now
yeah.
as she is entering the final mission.
Sorry, Yoru, but there is someone at the very end of the game. So we're gonna pay full attention to Noelle and hope I hope for the sake of her PB, I hope she's actually able to beat my prediction. But if I get the prediction, that'd be pretty cool too.
Yeah, well, I
So
do
we'll
want to
see.
point out, like as I had mentioned before, I have a little bit of a worse understanding of Coyote Showdown than I think you do. So I'm not sure she's gonna have a great time on it, but if she gets some good shot at Dag, it'll be decent.
Absolutely. All right, I want to turn our volume all the way up here. All right. All right, after this coyote, it probably should be, it ends here. All right, no, I wasn't paying full attention. There's one more. I think, oh, right below her.
Ooh.
Yeah. There we go. All right, first phase. Let's see how she does. Yep. Always got to wait for Dag to pull up there. For it takes an extra second. Okay, good. She got the delay. That's good. Wow. All right, good first phase.
One thing I noticed in the previous attempts is that she had the impression that you could hit Dag multiple times, so she just kept firing like 5 tomatoes at a time for one Dag spawn. It's
Hey, it could happen.
I like that's something that I didn't even think to mention that's not how that works, because that in hindsight that kind of seems sensible that would be a thing that you can do.
Right. And she
But
goes for the animation. It's funny. She shot her extra tomatoes to get the animation cancel. All right, let's see.
very interesting strat.
Oof.
Ooh,
Let's hope that she can
don't pull the
reload.
60
Yeah,
seconds.
okay, she should be fine. I was gonna say, so long as she gets the reload off before he goes away, then she'll be safe from an extra... Because he can get soft lock if he goes away too quickly. So luckily she was able to avoid it. She knows to shoot those coyotes, I mean, and then, yep, nice. Wow, and she gets it through the trash pile too. That's really impressive.
Yeah, I did mention that was a thing.
Looks like she's gonna beat my prediction. If she can pull off the ending here just fine, then she can very well end up beating my prediction by a full minute, really.
Pretty crazy. Is this such a crazy pace to be after 1 week of training? I'm really, really proud of Noelle here.
All right, here we go. Wow. Wow. And one more. One more hit is all it takes.
Ooh.
Yep. It's always costly when that happens. And that's it. Wow. 326. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, like 326.44, something around there.
Wow. GG to Noelle. That is impressive. Really, really impressive. Oh, let me show her final time. There we go. All right, let's unmute. GG Noelle. That was the most impressive run I've seen out of a brand new person. That was... I can't imagine how you feel right now.
I'm shaking.
I was shaking a little bit too. Yeah. Well, I'll let you and your coach. I'll let your coach say the first words because he's the one that was teaching you the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm honestly so proud. Really, like this like obviously after spending a week of coaching, I feel really connected to how or invested to how your run was going. But throughout the entire run, you've like super exceeded expectations. Really, really incredible run. Of course, it helped that you got incredibly lucky.
Yeah.
But even outside of the luck, that was an incredible run. I'm very, very impressed.
Thank you.
And that run does put you in 10th place on the boards as well. Just as a little side note. So that was so good. I'm really impressed. I think just like straight from that pool, I think we all just had an idea that was going to be an incredible run, and obviously that's what it panned out to be. Unfortunately, what's it called? The Veggie Patch defense didn't go your way, of course.
Yeah, I'm super disappointed about that.
Yeah, it happens to the best of us. I've lost world record to that run before, so it's no big deal. But yeah, really good job. Is there anything you wanna add about that run in particular, or you just want to soak it in?
It's just super surprising. I mean, people told me, "Oh, you're gonna do better on the day than you'll be doing in practice," and I did end up doing that. I was like, "Nah, practice has been going so bad."
Well, the practice clearly paid off. It all came together in this one run. So I mean, yeah, wow. I'm very I think we're all just kind of at a loss for words. Like that was just really impressive. So yeah.
Thank you.
You got it. And Yoru is now finally on to tease Miss Beatty. She so just so you have an idea of where she fell behind massively, when she had to grab the items for Miles, she got lost and like fell off the bike, I think like 3 times, 2 to 3 times at Izzy Springs, and like fell into the water and got completely disoriented. And yeah, she's been having a rough go at things, but she's still on a pretty good pace. I think at this rate, she's probably still on sub 4 pace. But you easily broke ahead with that pool, and then you broke ahead with what was the other thing? Oh, your metal detector RNG was insane as well. That was like I was yelling on commentary like, why can't I get that luck? Basically, like it was
Yeah.
pissing me off how good it
Yeah,
was.
because like genuinely, I think that might have been the luckiest run I've ever seen. Because it was not just a good pool luck, it was also that metal detector, and you got a just to top it off, you got a one cycle on Tease the Mailman, which is
Yeah,
very, very lucky.
yeah.
Not to minimize how good you played outside of just the luck, but it was an incredible run in both ways.
Yeah, I think I think as soon as that black ball went in, I saw your face on the preview. I was like, we got this, we got this.
Yeah, Erratix was in the middle of like explaining something, and I just completely cut him off to just yell like "Duke it in the black ball" because it was just like that never happens, and especially in a race setting, like that gave you the biggest advantage you could possibly take on top of like the fact that you've been running the game pretty much the entire week. Like this is basically Yoru's like first playthrough, um, so it's like you had like a huge advantage going into it, but that just like that propelled you even further. Like it's crazy how much like luck went your way, but also how well you played. Like you played you played really, really well.
Yeah, I would love to watch the VOD back after, specifically that moment, but everything else too.
I want to watch it back too. How were your nerves feeling like after Duke hit in the black ball? Like were you like kind of shaking at that point?
Yeah, definitely. I
Yeah.
was shaking throughout the whole run.
That is one of the things we're talking about. Like we were wondering how much nerves would play a role in the rest of the run, but clearly you were able to hold your own. You were able to keep calm when you needed to, most importantly.
Hmm.
Um, your whole 17s on like all the golfs were really impressive as well. I think there's only like
Hmm.
one where you struggled. But like
Hmm.
you like two of the three you got like almost immediately. Um,
Remember when I asked you about that? That was a joke.
Oh, it was. Okay, okay. I kind of figured, but you can't assume, you know. But that's funny. Yeah. I'm yeah, I don't know if I have much else to really add. I'm just happy that you took the time throughout this entire week to fully dedicate time to this game. I obviously I don't know if you don't want I don't know if you want to continue running this game, but obviously there's room to improve off that run alone. So you know if you felt the need to not need but felt yeah no I guess felt the need to beat that time, then the community is always accepting people with open arms and willing to help in any way possible. But
Hmm.
But regardless, you can be very proud of the accomplishment that you have already.
yeah,
Yeah, I was super dedicated to practice this week. I feel like it's all I talk to all of my friends about all week. They're probably sick of hearing it. They're probably less excited to see the run and more excited to hear me shut up about it.
yeah, I feel the same way as you know the world record holder. I especially when I'm like talking to my girlfriend, I feel like I'm just yapping her ear off about stuff that she has no idea about. So now you have bragging rights. You definitely you blew Yoru out of the water with this run. So you have all the bragging rights, and you have more than an excuse to be happy with this time. So
Thank
enjoy
you.
it.
And Yoru is just about exiting the most boring part of the run, which means that we can pay a little bit more attention to her as well. She's
Right.
still running.
Yeah, we'll
Obviously, don't want
see.
to quit celebrating Noel's impressive run, but
Yeah,
there is another runner playing.
we do want to see if Yoru pulls off the 67 strat that I did teach her again. We'll see if she's able to remember that Joyride 5 is basically Joyride 1, just a different setting, of course. I'm more curious to see how she's going to be able to pull off Golf 6. I think the only part of Golf 6 that I'm worried about is hole 18 more than anything else. But she was having some problems with hole 17 before, so I hope she's also able to take care of that as well. Okay, she opts to take that corner a little safer. All right, and I think about now is a good time to predict what you think Yoru's end time is going to be. I know there's still 5 missions left, but if you were to guess, Erratix, what would your assumption be that she ends with?
No idea. I'm so bad at predicting this stuff. Yeah, I have just no idea what exactly what kind of pace she's on. So I'm just gonna be optimistic and say she's gonna get a sub 4 and say she's in for a 358 or so.
I was gonna say the same thing. I think 358 is a safe range to assume.
Oh, maybe I'm really good at predicting.
I think because like golf and the last 2 missions are such a wild card, it's kind of hard. It's the other mission I'm kind of worried about is stomping. I just hope that she remembers where all the holes are, most importantly. Um, but yeah, I think 358's a pretty safe bet. So we'll see if she's able to pull it off. That'd be really nice if she was able to pull off the sub 4. That was my goal for her today. So. And then in terms of your run, Noel, I did actually predict that it was going to be a 327-39. So you beat it by a whole minute. You beat my prediction by a lot. So good job on that. I clearly I don't know.
What time did you get? For me, I got 326.53.
53. Okay, yeah. I got 43, so I guess I got it wrong, but that's fine.
It's somewhere in that range. It's absolutely incredible run.
Yeah.
I'm kind of in disbelief at how good that run was.
Yeah, he had Erratix had mentioned that you got a 336 like the other day or something like that, and I was like, okay, well, this is probably gonna be a blowout, but we'll see how close it can truly get. And 10 minutes better is just such a huge improvement. So great job.
Thank you. I was surprised too, because I rage quit my last practice run in like 2 hours in or more.
That's what's great about a race setting as well. Even if your pool had not gone like super well, you would have still had to like complete the run, and you still probably would have gotten like a really good time regardless. Like you still probably would have beaten PB, even if you were like 4 minutes slower in pool, for example. Like it really just shows like if you dedicate time, even just a week to a speed game, like you can really just improve greatly. Oh, and yours got the weird gopher glitch. Oh man, didn't think she was gonna experience that since the mod does set you at 200, which shouldn't have that happen. Okay, she should be fine now.
Yeah, I mean I've experienced it very. Again. Ooh, that's.
I hope
gonna be very annoying.
That doesn't happen again. Okay, she should be fine now. Yeah, I didn't even think that was gonna happen, so that's weird that it did happen towards the very end here. Luckily, she's not gonna fail the hole, which is really the important part. I wish I could explain to her what happened, but I don't think there's enough time to at this point.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, I have no idea whether or not she's paying attention to the stream right now. If she has any idea that Noel already finished.
We'll just keep that a secret until the end, if she doesn't.
Yeah, I want to make sure that she doesn't feel discouraged because we still want her to have a good final stretch of the run.
I think so long as she gets the sub 4, I think that's gonna even if she doesn't, like this is still a really impressive like first run to have. I think a lot of people just without coaching already have a hard time with this game. So with coaching and then like having your first run, like It's a lot to remember. I'm sure for you, Noel, it was pretty hard when you were like learning just to like remember where everything is. So, like, did you have like splits, like notes in your splits like ready just in case like you needed it?
No.
No, you were just winging it.
No. Yeah.
Hey, I mean, everyone has their way. Yeah.
Yeah, I never managed to. One thing I never managed to do is make sure I had the bike for the Super Squirter mission,
Mm,
because I always forgot where that was.
right. Yeah, Radix had mentioned that like you were taught how to do the bike method, but like just to abandon it if it felt like too much, simply
Hmm.
because it's not a super difficult trick, but as a beginner, I'm sure it's a little harder to pull off than me or Radix, for example.
Yeah, two of the tricks I decided to abandon before the run were JCSS, which I practiced so many times.
I
So
heard.
many times. And the Gulch race as well, the
Right.
Gulch race skip.
Yeah, Yoru was thinking about going for it, but she abandoned it like almost immediately, because it was
Hmm.
just that Gulch like race is just very, very difficult. So,
Yeah, there's so many things that can go wrong. There's like 4 things that can go wrong even within like the one skip.
mhm.
Yeah, we were at least pretty impressed with how quickly Euro made the decision to abandon it because you didn't even have to reset by the end of the mission to make it. Just that quick decision making during a run, I'm sure you've noticed it's sometimes just very hard. And Yoru seems to be doing that pretty admirably for her first actual full run.
Oh yeah, I guess at this point I could actually pull up
I should just
Yoru's audio
get it
as
over
well.
with quickly, so if I need to go again, I can quickly do that.
She is talking about possibly just ending this mission by stroking out, which is honestly like a pretty smart strat if you're not having a
Still
good go at
winnable.
things. Okay, yeah, no, she should be
Wait,
fine.
actually, still winnable.
So long as she gets the throw into that, she should be fine with that angle. Yeah, there we go.
No. Oh.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. That was a little worrisome.
Yeah.
Oh my god, that was so stressful. Wait, that didn't count?
What?
That doesn't count.
What?
I misunderstood how many balls I had. Otherwise, I would have done it before. I thought that would
I
count.
think-
Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it in 2. I would have just tried it in 1.
If
Oh,
if
yeah,
I were to
I
guess
really-
why
I
that
got
didn't
distracted,
work,
so angry.
it's because
What?
there's like a timer set on your last throw,
I was like, oh,
and I think it was.
Yeah.
I think that's why it didn't work.
Yeah,
if I were
right?
to guess.
Again, otherwise I wouldn't have risked it. by
Damn,
going for
what the
another one
hell?
to, like, set it up, basically.
Classic
Okay,
Barnyard. You
thanks,
learn
game.
something new every day.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes you gotta say, you just gotta sit there and say, damn. You know, sometimes you just gotta sit there and take it. Ugh. I think I can do it like this.
Okay, there you go.
Ah,
Thank God I won't screw her over this time. My God.
Yeah.
This is
I've
Barnyard.
never
That's-
seen
I
that.
never watched this as a kid.
That's
even though I remember
insane.
this.
Wow. Well, you learn something new every day with this game. If there's one thing I've learned about playing it like on a very consistent basis, it's that you're just gonna see some things that are just unprecedented in runs a lot.
Yeah.
I can't think of many things that happened during this race outside of what just happened there.
Can I? Yeah.
The weird clip through the whole 18 loop.
Oh yeah, and that too. Yeah, it's been golf today. Golf's been like
Okay.
the main weird thing.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's been the case during coaching too. I think Noel at some point found a new soft lock in hole 15, which
Right.
I had never seen before.
Oh,
Just absolutely insane. It's insane that there's soft lock's so like
Better-
easily found within these golfs as well. Like just by playing it as normal as you possibly can, like they just happen. It's so unfortunate.
Whatever. 90s grams.
Yeah, I'm very eager to watch back your coaching sessions. By the way,
So fucking hard.
Yeah, I'm curious
one
to see
thing-
yours as well.
one thing that I just kind of find is sort of interesting is like obviously like I was already pretty familiar with Noel and Yuru,
Mhm.
but I assume the coaching session was your first time ever talking to Yuru, which
Bro, like, I'm being so for real, go in.
that's
Her angle's just slightly
it feels
off.
like a
my
very
God.
weird crossover event to me.
Two different worlds colliding.
Ah,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't think that works. Does it? Oh,
Yeah, no. It's oh no, that's not gonna work.
ah.
It worked out. It worked out well though, because
think I can
you
get it
know,
in.
when it comes to coaching, at least with my style, it's kind of just like barrage of information. So
Oh my God.
there's like obviously like I give others like room to talk and whatnot, but for the most part, it's a lot of me just like
This one
explaining.
is so fun.
Oh, she just got it. Oh
Just
no,
restart
and she
me,
knows
bro.
she did.
Restart me,
Oh.
bro. Restart me.
She. Oh
Re-fucking start me,
no.
bro. Restart me. Do it again. Do it again. do it
Oh
again,
my
do it again,
gosh,
do it
that's
again.
2 resets in one
Do it
golf,
again, bro. Do it
and the
again.
ball's
Yeah.
taking an extra. There you go.
Do it again. That's the craziest.
I mean, in
thing
this
I've
case, I
ever
think
done.
it was smart to go for the stroke out, even though she just
That's
had it,
actually-
because the chance of actually
That should be
getting
studied.
Yeah, no.
to the end with so few strokes,
Oh, why am
since
I fucking it up
you can do
now?
it sometimes, but
No,
I sure can't.
You're absolutely right. I think that was the right play on her end. That should work. Oh no. She's
Ah.
just getting she's not understanding where it works. I guess I didn't explain it well enough. That's on me. That should work.
Okay.
Yeah, please please get away from
Oh
the
my God,
ball.
that actually pissed me off. That
Okay.
actually pissed me off.
Well, at this point, I
Can I do
think the
this?
sub 4 might be
I can do this. Can I do
a
it through
little
here?
impossible, but
No, I can't. Okay,
we'll
whatever. I set
see.
myself up.
There's always a chance.
No,
Oh my god.
please.
Oh,
Okay, thank God.
Please. Thank you. Oh
She
my
got
God,
it through.
I'm
She got it
actually gonna
through.
lose my mind.
I did not expect that throw through the loop to not go through.
Real footage of me
I didn't
losing my
either,
fucking
but
mind.
once I saw that it wasn't moving too much. Oh my gosh. Please. She's ending with 4 throws. Okay.
Ah.
If she can just
Not
get
even
through
close.
18, then we'll see.
I'm also so out of it now. Give up at this point. No, honestly. No, but we need to finish a run. We need to finish a run so because Heretics said I need to do a barnyard run. So that's this. I'm doing 2 in 1. I'm doing 2 in 1.
Yeah, she's not remembering the lineup I taught her for the loop throw, unfortunately.
Let's just set it up for a second.
Yeah, there you go. Yep, smart decision. Oh.
Chill. I just need to finish this, bro. I know I've been at it for way too long. That's why I'm also so tired. But we need to finish it.
Oh
Okay.
boy. Let's see. Okay. 6 throws. Please get it in this throw.
Go in, bro.
No.
Oh my God.
Just get back. Just get back. Oh my god.
There was Clash this weekend.
Okay,
I don't
that
think
should
I've,
go in. 4 throws, please, please.
It's gonna be tight.
It
I
is.
think you're like 1 second ahead of me on the watching the stream.
Oh, thank God. Okay, that was such a good throw.
Okay, that was actually nice. I do have enough. To
Woo!
What?
Okay, she made it through.
Never give up.
We say golf
Goated.
4 is stressful, but golf 6 is always a heart stopper as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, actually, that's a lie. I'm probably
It's like definitely the hardest golf. It just golf four is just so
EP times.
intense because it's so long.
Yeah. It definitely comes down to the fact that it's just like the longest golf, but I'd argue golf 6 is even more
no,
stressful
okay,
as
I
someone that
cannot touch
has
this anymore ever
choked
again. This is
many
my one and only run.
PBs
Do not touch this game once.
to it.
I can't touch
So
this game anymore. I'm so terrified.
in my case, yeah, Golf
Ah,
6 is, in my
ah.
experience, very, very stressful in comparison to Golf 4.
Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. I just make a few more than others. Okay, EP time. Bum, 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 bum.
Stressful game. Oh, and my layout is a little messed up now. Radix is stretched across 2 screens. I'll just do this. That's fine.
Oh, did I fuck
No,
it
no,
up for
no,
you?
you're
I'm
fine. No,
sorry.
you're chilling. No worries. I have a
I
fix.
have
We're good.
expanded my territory.
Here, we could even do a small inception moment here. Let's see. Whoa.
Oh my god.
Whoa.
I'll just leave it like that for the rest of the stream. Screw it. I'm gonna watch her gameplay through the very tiny window right there. Yeah, I can only see half of her screen now. Looking through a very specific part of the setup. It's funny. I guess I will ask, did you have fun, Noel?
I did, yeah.
Okay, good.
Maybe not during the week, but during that race, yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, learning the game is a very stressful thing, so I don't blame you for saying that. It especially when you
Yeah,
want to be good. Yeah.
can I just say, like, after the first coaching session, when I was just left to my own devices, I was like, really? I'm like supposed to figure the rest out myself?
I'll let your coach take you up on
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I definitely like had a little bit of a strategy that I think um in hindsight would have been pretty intimidating at the start.
Yeah.
Because the first coaching session, I just told you everything there was to know about the game. Well, not I didn't go very much in detail, but still, it was like a 3-hour stream. The goal was very much to get you to just do a couple runs and just fully understanding the most important bits of the route and understanding how to deal with mistakes.
Mm.
But for the first coaching session, like we didn't go through actual gameplay together. I didn't watch you play and try to guide you through anything, and I can understand that probably was a little bit scary to do a run with that then.
Yeah, it was just my expectations not aligning though. Like I thought it was gonna be like more, hand-holdy, more guided. But
Yeah, which obviously, like I tried to do a little bit later on as we actually went through feedback of the runs or going through specific missions.
mm,
The
yeah,
Yeah.
great coach.
It's funny you say the hand-holdy part, because that's basically how I coached Yoru, is that we did one complete like run together where I just like I basically did a run alongside her where I showed her what to do and then I had her do it. I didn't do what Eretics did where it's like I taught her everything like right off the bat, and then you get into a run and then, you refine your gameplay from there. So we definitely had like a different approach when it came to coaching. And if I were to say, like, I do think Erratics did it better simply because I didn't know what to expect going into this, and with the amount of time that Yoru had to like play this game, it really did kind of like limit the amount that I could teach her in like a given sitting. So I think you definitely got the better coach in the sense of Erratics had a better idea of what to teach and how to like go about giving you that info.
Definitely.
Yeah, it was
thanks for the
very
compliment.
yeah, I mean, the what's it called? The results speak for themselves, so, that's just how it goes. But this is obviously beginner race number 1. We would both like to teach other speed run, or not actual, but like people that have speedrun other games, we'd like to try to get them to also speedrun this game. Simply for the fact that they have more experience in terms of being under pressure and being able to like understand how to perform tricks maybe a tiny bit easier. But at the same time, anyone that's new to this game is going to have a hard time learning it. So I don't really think being a speedrunner matters too much outside of the mindset of like knowing what goes into a speedrun. But I think you did very well for yourself, Noel, given that this is your first speed game. And you should definitely give yourself a ton of props because like speedrunning a long game like this is like it's a lot harder than I make it seem. I've been doing it for 7 years, so it's like I don't even have to think about it anymore. That's just how it goes, you know. Like I make it look easy, but as you've learned by running this game, it's not as easy as it looks. So
You definitely do make it look easy.
yeah. But it's really thanks to the community that surrounds the game, and this goes for pretty much any speed game. It's the community that surrounds the game, and not just like the top level runners, but everyone. Oh, I guess I'm just repeating words. But it really is thanks to the community that I've gotten to make this game as fast as it possibly is. And someone like Erratix, who came up with the whole 16 like setup, for example, like a different set of eyes will always just like be more helpful than just like you and your own perspective. So I think maybe paired with my knowledge, you could even be like a high level runner in this game if you really wanted to. Like if you continue down this path, and 1 week alone isn't gonna make you a top level runner, but it at least gave you a good shot. That's for sure.
I'd love to, but I gotta focus on my streaming career,
I
man.
understand. And that's why there's no pressure on speedrun in this game, because the hardest part of it is the amount of time it takes. So I don't blame you.
I mean, like I said, like even if you stop playing Barnyard from here, you have such a huge accomplishment already. Like you're absolute goat in the community now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm really glad to have had this experience.
Well, looks like our 358 prediction is not going to be very accurate. So if I were to guess, I'm going to say 405 something. That's a bit unfortunate, though.
That is on the leaderboard. That's actually a very tight spot. There's someone with a 404 and someone with a 405. It'll be very fun if she manages to just barely beat out both of them.
Mm-hmm. Let's hope.
I have faith in your.
So long as she remembers to not get the power-ups, like I mentioned. That is one. I don't know if you mentioned in cow tipping 2 to pick up the power-ups or not, Erratix, but
Mentioned during the first coaching session that you should, and that Noelle shouldn't pick them up, and I haven't seen her pick them up since.
I think she ended up getting invincibility, if I'm not wrong, but that was like the only one. I think it was like an accidental like pickup, if anything.
Yeah, I'm fully focused on watching Euro now because we're in the last 2 missions for her as well.
And yep, shooting a little early. There we go. Now she should be fine. Oh, nope, you gotta... There you go. And she does pick up the power up. Oh, well. Oh, she's...
no.
Okay, there we go. Believe one of the raccoons is going to be close. Yeah, there you go.
Can I just ask, why should you not pick up the power-up? That wasn't super explained. Or it wasn't, I forgot.
So, essentially, all the raccoons are one-shot in this mission with the regular tomatoes. So, the only benefit you'd get from the crates is the super tomato power-up. simply because you can hit raccoons off screen that you otherwise would not be able to. But you have such a low chance of getting that power up like every single time. So it's just you're wasting like ammo essentially. So like the fastest way to complete the mission would be just like Coyote Showdown, where you do normal shooting alongside the animation skip. And
I
that's
see.
yeah. I think you could gain a small advantage if you get the full auto power up, just so you don't have to like reload the gun at all. But it's like such a small like time save that it doesn't really matter too much. So I taught Yoru to just not go for them as much, but it seems as though she's not remembering that part of the coaching. Here, let me actually get her audio up as well.
Yeah. Not the animal cruelty in this game. Wait, where? Where is he? Oh. Bitch. Ba-da-ba-da-bum, ba-da-ba-da-bum. What does the full auto do? Just like let you shoot faster? I think so. Bum, 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 bum. Bitch.
Calling the raccoons bitches.
Oh, there's another one.
Classic.
Loki, I'm not looking forward to the boss fight because I can't hear the audio. I can't hear my own audio very well. And like, you know when he shows up through the cues. Actually,
All right,
I
looks
don't
like
be hearing much at all.
406 or 407 is more
Why
likely
does this
now.
Loki take so long? Ah, it's done. Thank God. Okay.
Okay, cow tipping is done. One mission left. Is she gonna
Wait, and
quit?
now I can quit.
Yep.
I think.
To,
Not now, but after it says save game.
Yep, she just mentioned it, so she did remember that part, thankfully.
Accept her mission.
Fantastic.
Thank
And
you.
then she's probably gonna skip
I'm
the
so tired.
yawning animation as
Wait, I
well.
should leave.
If I were to guess, since she asked about it before the run itself.
Okay, thank you. And then quit. And then yeah. Oh, ah! Yes. My keyboard is not built for this game. What if I fucked up and I can't, like, it didn't save and I'm just, like, done? I'm just, like, done. Good luck. Thank you. Yippee. Let me move. Oh! Oh, right. I changed the DPI on my mouse. Right. Okay, that caught me off guard.
I make that mistake all the
Whoa,
time.
I started moving so quick. I was like, what the fuck? Where am I? Okay. Wait, where was I? Wait. Go to sleep and then... Right there. Hey y'all. Okay, and then this is like the final boss.
Yeah, that's showing the lack of
And then we're
experience and
Holy
just
shit, I'm so
knowing where to go and
happy.
stuff, losing like a good bit of time.
2 years of erratic,
Unfortunate, but
Barnyard. I've actually finished the game.
hopefully the next
Oh, that feels good. That's the one
coaching,
thing I'm like so happy
the next
about.
person I have
Oh,
to coach, I will
actually
be able
finished the
to
game.
actually
Thank God.
you know, have them do runs. That's the one thing I'd want to change for the
That
next
was my
time.
erratic suppression. But yeah, I'm happy that it's like... He can't say that to me no more. Oh, right. I have to up DPI again. Oh. Ugh. I should remember to cancel. Poor doggies. Oh. But how can I even hit it, bro? Okay. It ends here.
checking the
Oh,
corners,
he's
which
there.
is good.
Mm-hmm. That is the one thing
I'll
that
be
I did
missing.
mention to her is to check
I was so
the
surprised.
top left, check the bottom left, and then check the top right. And she does actually get the health bar too, which is cool. Nice
Yeah.
little
Okay.
nice
Well,
little detail that you don't often get to see.
Yeah, for those who don't know, the health bar for the final boss, it shows up sometimes during the final mission, and most of the time it just doesn't.
Yeah.
Nobody has any idea why that is.
Get off. He's trying to follow. Welcome in, welcome in. Look. Get off. Get off. Not him squirting him. Oh, it ends here. Ugh. Move, bitch. I forgot to do the thingy. He won't show up in the same spot again, right? Okay, coyotes.
She does have to remember to hit the coyotes.
Ah, you got this, thank you.
There you go.
Ah, so close. Almost finished. Bitch. Oh no, I forgot to reload again. I forgot again. Oh,
that's unlucky.
Oh, okay, that was way too fast. My bad, I guess.
But she will be moving on to the final round now.
So I'm sitting there. Barbecue sauce on my titties. Yeah, give me that. I think I have my DPI too high, to be honest. Okay. I remember. Okay, I canceled it this time. I remembered. Wait. Oh. I was like, why can't I shoot? I had to press
Yeah, I
space
never
again.
mentioned that you get stuck in that, like,
'Cause I was
dodging
spamming
animation.
space.
Okay, I think
should
there's
do
like
better
one
when
more
the,
wave
like,
after
boss guy
this.
shows up. With the it ends here.
Yep. This should be the last one, and then she's just on the final wave. So this should be the last coyote. It ends here.
Hello? Okay.
All right, here we go.
He didn't
It
see
doesn't.
that.
Bro, why does he shoot that so fast? Am I meant to not be able to shoot it on its head anymore? I don't think so. I think I'm just
Pretty
way
unlucky
too
with
slow.
the axe throws here.
Oh, damn it.
Yeah, oh yeah, I forget that the health bar's there. I forgot that's an indicator. Oh,
Okay, there we go.
got
Oh, he
one.
was actually there. I thought that was a figment of my imagination. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, one more should do it.
Oh,
Oh,
okay, my bad, my bad. My bad.
Didn't look
my
that
bad.
way.
I didn't think you were still here with the coyotes.
nice.
Got
50. Let's say 51.
Okay. I needed to let that out. I need to let that.
Okay, let's undeafen her now. All right, Yoru, GG's. Congratulations.
GG. I'm so
GG.
tired.
I could imagine that was
Fuck
a
this
very long run. How are you feeling? Oh,
Okay, everything's lagging a little bit.
hello, hello.
Hello.
Think.
Yeah, okay. My keyboard started lagging and it completely muted my sound.
Oh, okay.
So I couldn't hear anything for a second. Yeah.
No
I don't know,
worries.
my keyboard is really lagging.
Oh, I forgot to pause the timer. Whoops. Boom.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
let's just say it's that.
done.
How are you feeling?
I'm so tired. That's way too long. How do you guys keep doing this?
It's a
How do you guys
great
keep doing this? It's
question.
way too long of a game.
Yeah,
It does
it's
get shorter the more you run it, to be fair.
yeah, he's not wrong. Yeah,
I'm so tired.
I can only imagine. Do you want to know what Noel's final time was?
What? I think, can I guess?
Go ahead.
I think 3 hours and 20 minutes. No, 20? Is that a good guess?
You're
That's
almost
very
there.
optimistic, but
Yeah.
she's pretty close.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Noel got a 3 hour 26 minute and 53 second time, which is top 10 in the world. So
That's so good.
Yeah.
That's so good. Does that pick up? I don't know if my clapping picks up.
we can see it on
But
the
I'm
screen.
clapping. I don't know if it's picking up, but I'm doing it. That's so good. Wow.
Yeah, no, it's really impressive.
Sorry, I feel bad. You guys all had to wait for me.
Oh, we don't mind. No, we don't mind at all.
Okay.
You did a
I was
very
feeling bad. I mean, at
We
some
just
point,
wanted to finish.
I think at some point I was saying like, oh, I'm taking way too long. Like I know they're finished, and I'm taking way too long. Like I was feeling bad.
Nah, I think the only like moment that screwed you over was when you were having to grab the items for Miles. That was like the only like thing that really
Mhm.
screwed you over. And then I'm trying to think. And then like
Mhm.
the final golf was like just obviously a bit of a struggle.
Yeah.
We don't even know what the hell happened on that hole 15, but we're just gonna act like it didn't happen.
Yeah. Let's do
But
that.
but for a first run, that was really, really good. You the fact that
Thank
you
you.
didn't fail like any missions was really like important. So that was a really good run.
Thank you. Thank you. I think
Yeah.
I like this morning I only had time to go through like the first hour of the game.
Mm.
So even though I was still fucking up, I kind of knew what I was doing, but then the further we got along, the more I was like, oh, I don't even remember where I need to go.
Yep.
It was stressing me out a lot. I think when I was doing the tricks on the last bike race, I was also shaking. Like I was
Mm.
genuinely shaking because I was scared of messing it up.
Honestly, with the biking, we were very impressed. A lot of the bike tricks you did
Yeah.
really well, and also the log jump and the reverse log jump. We know that's very hard for beginners, and you pull it off pretty far
Yeah, I
above
was committed.
expectation.
Wait,
Yeah.
she
I was
did
committed.
reverse log jump? Holy.
Yeah, she was doing it like the
Yeah.
entire run. It was really impressive.
Oh my god.
Yeah. It
I was
was
committed.
yeah.
I wanted to. The thing is, was it because you taught me like a lot of tricks? I wanted to be like, even if I fail, I want to try using them.
Right.
Just because like you taught them to me.
We did notice on Bike Race 4 like you were gonna do it and then you decided like no, I
Yeah.
can't, I shouldn't. And
Yeah.
we thought that was like really good because for a lot of beginning, like when people start out speedrunning, they usually have a hard time assessing when like a trick is worth it and when it's not. So that was really impressive in terms of the fact that
I'm
you just
glad.
like you didn't have that like that knowledge to do that. Like I didn't teach you that. Or I guess I did, but you
Especially
like you remembered in the middle of in a race, so that was like impressive.
Thank
especially
you.
like the quick decision making during a run, that's very very hard. I don't want to underestimate how impressive it is that you managed to do that during
Oh,
the
thank
race
you.
Hmm.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You got it. Well, on that note, Noel is our official winner. Noel and Erratix, I should say.
Let's go.
Most importantly, the coach also deserves recognition. So
Congrats.
congrats
Hell
to
yeah.
our true winners here. Congrats to Yoru for also completing a run. I think completing a run of
Thank
this
you.
game is also an important feat to take note of. So good job
Yeah, that's what
on
I'm
that as
also
well.
most happy about.
Yeah.
Thank you for coaching me. I really needed to say that.
Absolutely. Even if we only met for like like 10 hours and like had like no time to practice
No, but it's
really.
like because Erratix asked me like 2 years ago to do a run, and I was
Right.
just like I mainly didn't want to because I was like I don't even know where I would go, what I would do. So it's like the fact that you like explained everything to me made it able so that I could at least do a run. So I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Happily. So yeah, thank you guys for dedicating your day to this as well, your time. I really appreciate it. This is obviously a game that I'm really in love with. So I appreciate that others are able to share the same appreciation that I have to the point where you're dedicating not even just today, but like your time before with coaching and all that. So thank you to the three of you as a collective for being here and for dedicating your time to this. It means a lot to me. So I appreciate it.
Thank you for the opportunity and Erratix for coming up with it as well.
Oh yeah, especially Radix for the idea.
Yeah, super fun idea.
Mhm.
The beginner race.
Yeah.
So happy how it went. And I think we'll definitely be doing another beginner race at some point.
There's a number one on the screen for a reason. So I think we'll be back with more at some point. But
Yeah, thank you too so much for participating and committing for the entire week.
Yes.
Is we're I think Wazip and I are both really really happy with how it went, and also like how you both performed during the actual race.
absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, I am gonna go and stream, but yeah, thank you guys again, and
Yeah.
I will maybe talk to you after stream or something. I don't know.
Yes, I'll also head out so I can end my stream.
All right. See you guys.
Okay.
All right.
Bye bye.
Bye.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
Okay. Oh freaking K, man. Oh freaking K. We did it. We freaking did it. And that's I'm not gonna do any runs or anything. Hold on. high level production value. Hold on, we gotta get the right thing going. I want this song in particular. Hold on. Oh my god. There we go. Okay. Well, people, that is gonna do it for the day. That is gonna do it for the beginner race. Again, thank you all so much, all three of you that decided to spend your time doing this today. And thank you to everyone that was in chat. You guys were really helpful. You helped add questions when there was like a couple lulls and things that we didn't really know what to talk about. Because obviously not every moment of the run is going to end up being something to talk about or keep note of. So thank you again, guys, for keeping us up to speed, not up to speed, but keeping us nice and active in terms of our commentary. Thank you, Erratix, for being such a great co-commentator. I think that was probably the best race in terms of, like, just talking throughout the entire time, having stuff to talk about in terms of just the race, in terms of the stuff outside of the race, the preparation that went into it. Again, great idea. And yeah, man, I would love to do another race, maybe this Monday if 67 is available. Glow versus 67. I think that would be a very fun race that we could hopefully get going. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, man, I'm just so proud of this community. I'm so proud of the community that I've been able to build, and not just me, but the people that surround me, my friends, and you know, Gaming Guy, who made the Discord server a long time ago, and also the ability to be a mod on speedrun.com. Like, I can't believe how far this game has come. And I don't see the momentum stopping anytime soon. I think we are going to see a lot of growth throughout the rest of this year. We are not very far from 1K follows as well, so if you're not followed, you know, why not? Give me a follow, man. give me a dollar, man. Give me a dollar. Yo, Carcoon, we just finished the first ever beginner race. So you rated at a funny time. I was just about to start ending stream, but thank you for the raid. I hope your runs went well. For the people that just joined, at 1K follows, I will be doing the complete saga speedruns. So, you know, feel free to drop a follow if you want to see me do that at some point. I want to get good at that game, to be honest. So, but yeah, you know, man, stream yesterday was such a dud in my eyes, and I'm feeling much better today. I think there's the delayed raid sound. I'm feeling much better today, and I'm real thankful for all the people that decide to, you know, check me out and be here. So thank you again. I'm gonna send us over to somebody. I think Yoru's about to end, so I won't send us to Yoru. I'll send us to Chris. How about that? We'll send you guys to Chris speedruns. But yeah, man, there will be more runs. GG to both runners. Congrats to Noel on the top 10 placement on the boards. Hey, man, if anyone is wanting to learn this game and commit like a week or two to just learning the run, then we are open to more runners. And I'm more than willing to coach people. So yeah, keep that in mind. If anyone is interested, we are happy to do this again. But yeah, man. Yeah, I'll send you the VOD. But I'm going to send you guys to Chris now. I think my next stream is probably gonna be Monday, if I were to guess. I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah. Yeah, I hope we can hopefully do a race by then. If not, we will see. And yeah, Barnyard forever, man. Barnyard forever. Alright, guys. 07. I'll see you later. Goodbye. Goodbye, everybody. let's get some Fredericks going in the chat too as we're heading out. All right. See you later, guys.